for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains' majesty above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for pilgrims' feet who stern impassioned stress, a thoroughfare for freedom beat across the wilderness. America, America, God mend thine every flaw, confirm thy soul in self-control, thy liberty in law.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to the sounds of the Ebenezer Baptist Church Ensemble under the direction of Keith Williams. How about another round of applause? Now, before we begin our program today, I would like to let you know that there will be a book signing immediately following today's program. Professor Ogletree will be signing his new book, The Presumption of Guilt: The Arrest of Henry Louis Gates, Jr. and Race and Crime in America, immediately following the program in the foyer. Now, please welcome the president of the Atlanta Braves, Mr. John Schuerholz.
How about that choir? Wasn't that beautiful? Stirring. Well, from this historic Ebenezer Baptist Church, where many of the civil rights initiatives were born and grew, in our historic city of Atlanta, in the Fertile Crescent of the civil rights movement, those of us from the Atlanta Braves organization and our iconic Hall of Famer Hank Aaron bid you a special welcome. I don't know if Hank is here with us, but let's give that great man a round of applause. Thank you. Well deserved, Hank. The Atlanta Braves are very proud to be the host organization for these remarkable civil rights games. We think, as I said to Jimmy Lee and Sylvia several years ago in Indianapolis, Indiana, there is no better place on this earth for a Major League Baseball team to sponsor and host these civil rights games than this great city of Atlanta and our organization. So we are glad that you are here. Thank you all very much. Some of you may know a gentleman named Buck O'Neil. For those of you who don't, Buck is the beloved Negro League famous manager. I'm fortunate in my life that he became a friend of mine in Kansas City. And he gave me some of the best hugs and best smiles I've ever had in my life. And every time I think of him, when I see his picture on my desk, I think of what he meant to me. But more than that, Buck meant a lot to all of us. He had several very meaningful philosophies of life. I'm going to share one of them with you right now that I think is most appropriate. He would say this: go forth from this day with a renewed purpose and celebrate that which we hold in common, not that which separates us. That was Buck O'Neil. That was Buck O'Neil in heart, that was Buck O'Neil in spirit, and that was Buck O'Neil, my dear friend. So as we celebrate these civil rights games today and know what they stand for and know how much it reflects back on the many initiatives and the trials and tribulations of the many folks who fought for their civil rights, we're honored to be here and glad to be a part of this today. It is my great privilege now to introduce our moderator. Not very often in a circumstance like this do people anticipate the premise of the questions or the asking of the questions as much as they might the answer to those questions. Well, with today's moderator, that is often the case. So it is my great privilege to introduce, from the Harvard School of Law, Professor Ogletree. Professor, would you join me, please? Thank you, sir. All right.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much. It's such a pleasure being here in Atlanta once again. And we have a phenomenal panel discussion that will be going on today. Let me give you a little bit of the ground rules. We have 6 panelists. They'll come up as I introduce them one by one. Each of you should have already received a card and a pen to write a question that you want to ask to a particular panelist or to all the panel members. So if you don't have one, we'll get one to you, and we'll be collecting those throughout the presentation. This will be a brisk dialogue about civil rights, where we are today, where we're going, where we've been, and we have leading experts to talk about that in a number of different fields. And you'll see people who have careers in every different facet of life, but they are a real asset here. First, sitting to my far left is the great vocalist, and who hasn't heard the song I Will Survive? And she has survived. Please welcome to the stage Miss Gloria Gaynor. Good afternoon. Our next panelist is a trailblazer who has used his talent, skills, and his money to set a record. The first Hispanic to ever be the owner of a Major League Baseball team. And he has contributed to his community in ways that are unimaginable. Please welcome to the stage Artie Moreno. Mr. Moreno. The next guest is a very special friend of mine, someone who I met many decades ago growing up in California, and really is a legend in the movement for social justice for workers throughout the world. She, along with Cesar Chavez, led the amazing movement to create equality and justice and respect for Mexican-American workers in California and around the world. She continues to do that very important work now, trying to lift up from the bottom those who have been deprived of opportunities. Please welcome my friend Dolores Huerta. Our next guest is a very gifted and talented young man who's spent so much of his life fighting for this country and training generations of young people to fight for their country. And he's been doing the same thing in terms of giving out awards here in Atlanta over the last couple of days. And he really is a phenomenal success in and of himself. Please welcome Brigadier General Brian T. Roberts. The next is a dear friend, a fellow lawyer. His father was the first mayor of the city of New Orleans as an African American, and he also served as mayor. He also is now the president of the National Urban League, and he has been on a blistering pace to try to make sure that jobs, education, and justice are there for our young people. One of the most effective and significant civil rights leaders of our time. Please welcome President Marc Morial. And finally, we have a very special panelist today. You probably have heard of Cheryl Miller. Yeah, you've heard of Reggie Miller. But you really haven't heard Daryl Miller, the real athlete in the family. This is somebody, can you imagine every night seeing your sister and brother on TV? But he says, I'm not going to stop. They're not going to stop me. He became a great baseball player and now is a great entrepreneur and a great educator about the politics of life and law and giving people equal opportunity. Please welcome to the stage now our final panelist, Mr. Daryl Miller. He just confirmed that his three-point shot is much better than Reggie's. All right. So we're going to have a conversation. Start writing your questions now. I have to tell you, just like the best written question, the best oral statement is 8 words, your written question should be short and succinct. You've got a bunch of time. Don't write a 20-page question. Dr. Phillips, get it down to the precise words and be very specific, and we'll make sure we get it asked. And let me start, if I can, with you, Mr. Moreno. The challenges that you face, it's one thing to be involved in sports. It's another thing to be an owner, and an owner in the 21st century. That's really unheard of, particularly for people of color. Can you tell us what are the things that you think made it possible for you to be where you are, and how did the Los Angeles Angels become the prize that you were able to accomplish this decade?
I'll start with the old saying, it's better to be lucky than good. I think the reality was my family had a very good support system from my mom and dad. The schools, I went to all public schools. I told these gentlemen here that I was in the Army. Vietnam vet. I went to school on the GI Bill. So part of, I think you go through building blocks of your family and some of the people you meet along the way, support system, and, I always look at it as the American dream. We were brought up, my family was very proud about the American heritage. We're Mexican-American, but we were brought up to be Americans and be very patriotic. So.
Was race or ethnicity ever a barrier to your ability to succeed? Or was it always something that you were able to overcome, even if it was something that slowed you down?
The way I was taught that, you look at all the different kinds of barriers, whether someone's blind or they can't walk or they can't hear, is the fact that you look at the tools that you have and the opportunity that you have, and you try to invest in that and try to look at the good things and the good opportunities.
Thank you. Ms. Gaynor, let me ask you, your song has become our anthem, and I know you were only 3 years old when you sung that in 1978. But thinking about that, is there a message behind that? That is, being a woman of color, have you had to face barriers and challenges to become who you are today, a very world-renowned artist?
Well, as a matter of fact, there were some people trying to put up roadblocks and stumbling blocks in my way, even with that song, because during the first promotions of that song, the record company at first didn't even want to hear the song. They had asked me to record another song, which was, as some know, the A side, and so therefore that song was on the B side, was never meant to be heard. But I believe then, and as looking back, I can believe even more strongly that God had a plan. He was there to help me go around, go through those roadblocks and those stumbling blocks, and bring me and the song to the renown that I enjoy today, because of my faith and because I just wouldn't let anything stop me.
If a young woman of color in her teens comes to you and asks about a career as an artist, and she wants to know, should it be easier for me in the 21st century than it was for you, what would you tell her?
I would say it's not going to be easier or any more difficult because of race relations, because although we've made a lot of strides and a lot of things have happened and things aren't as bad in some ways as they are in others, there's a lot of underground prejudice, and those are the covert actions are the most difficult to fight. So you just have to believe in yourself, believe that this is what you want to do, this is what you are called to do, and just trust God to take you through.
And she's asking you, well, having gone through all your trials and tribulations, would you do it again?
Absolutely.
Great.
Without a second thought.
Thank you. Ms. Dolores Huerta, you've been in this struggle for a very, very long time, and I have to say, just congratulations. When you think about the 50s and the 60s and all the challenges people had, and no one knew what tomorrow would look like, and you and Cesar Chavez just kept pushing it. When we lost him, you just continued to push it. First, thank you for opening up opportunities for all people. That's important. And secondly, what do you see today? What's your forecast for whether or not we're making progress as a nation in creating opportunities for equal justice for all in America?
Well, as Gloria said, we've come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. We know that, especially for the Latino community, as they say, brown is the new black, right? Because we see this great campaign that's being, waged against the Latino community. Started in Arizona with SB 1070. We now see it here in Georgia, where I understand that the governor has just signed a similar legislation, which will be, again, a campaign against the Latino community, because it's not just about undocumented or people who don't have documents to live and work in this country. It really goes against everybody who happens to be brown that will be getting harassed by the police. So we know we still have a long way to go.
Is your sense that young people are hearing that message as well, that we're one nation, that everybody should be a part of it? Are you hearing that as you go from town to town, from city to city, trying to make people see this as a common struggle?
I think we have a lot of division now, which I don't think we anticipated that. We thought when our president was going to be elected that was going to be a crushing blow to racial discrimination. But unfortunately, it's just still very prevalent, especially on the bottom, you might say. And when people take this political advantage, as they've done with the immigration issue, which makes it even more difficult for it to be resolved, So I think that, going after Latinos, after immigrants right now, is a way that people can continue racial discrimination and do it in they might say a safe political way, because they think of it in terms of people breaking the law, which is, of course, they're not criminal acts, actually, when people come here to work. And we really don't look at our own selves, our United States of America, to see the policies that create this people coming from Central America and Mexico, our pre-trade policies that put corn farmers out of work over there with our subsidized corn, with our big box stores that put the mom and pop stores out of the way, the shopkeepers, these big factories that take out the resources and take out the profits. And most Americans don't even know that that's a part of the problem, and that the only way we can solve immigration is to, correct our free trade policies that don't put people out of work here in this country and don't put people out of work in their countries of origin.
Thank you. Brigadier General Roberts, let me ask you, one of the things that we've talked about, particularly in the civil rights movement, is that one of the leading institutions in promoting diversity has been the military. The work that President Truman did in the 1940s in the Second World War. Colin Powell said that, he may have been one of the top people in the military, but he wasn't the first qualified, and that he gave credit to many people before him. What's the message from the military's point of view? What's your sense about opportunities? Are we there yet? Are we getting there from your point of view?
Well, thank you very much for the great question and for the opportunity to participate on the panel. I don't think we can ever rest on our laurels to say that we're there, we have arrived mentality. There are always challenges out there. Fortunately, the Army has always embraced change and been leaders in diversity. We represent a great country, and there's no better way to represent the country, especially in the 80 that we're deployed in right now, than to be diverse, to look like the country you're representing. Our young men and women who are in harm's way every day are representing this great country. And the way they look, the way they act, is what people think about America.
It's very interesting. I'm thinking about the fact that we're here in the Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Reverend King was a preacher in the 50s. And I remember one of his last major speeches, actually was on April 4th, 1967, 1 year before he was assassinated on April 4th, 1968, Riverside Church in New York. And he was talking about his opposition to the war. But he said something then that struck me, that why should, he said, a Negro from Detroit and a white soldier from Detroit fight for our country when they can't live in the same neighborhood? This is 1967. Is there an answer now that we can give that things have changed from your point of view, both the progress in the military and the progress in our community in terms of opportunities for people of all races and genders to be leaders in the military and of course, leaders in our country?
Why, certainly, first of all, we all live together now. So that's a tremendous change that I think, was part of Dr. Martin Luther King's dream. And the reason why, if you look around now, there are individuals here from all walks of life, all ethnicities, the genders are all represented. And so I think that, we have come a long way. Not only are we living side by side, but we're also serving side by side, and we're serving for a common cause. In the Army, especially, we are pushing education and opportunity to our young men ages 17 to 24. It's very, very important because we're essentially in a crisis. Only 3 out of 10 of our young men and women ages 17 to 24 can come in the Army today because they're either plagued with an education deficiency, they're overweight or have a health problem, or they've been in trouble with the law and cannot get past that. So it's important that the Army partners with the community, pushes diversity, and helps get past that 3 out of 10 number that cannot serve to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to serve.
I'm going to save you, Mark, for last. I want you to handle none of these issues. Let me go to Mr. Miller and ask you about that as a former professional athlete and also just working in communities. What do you see from your point of view as a former athlete in terms of the barriers and opportunities for diversity in the 21st century? Is it happening? Are you comfortable with the pace we're making? Are we going in the right direction?
Well, we're definitely moving towards in a positive direction. I think our issues are lack of education, as the Brigadier General so eloquently communicated. And I think it's a lack of motivation. And also, I think a lot of our kids feel like there's no hope, which I'm really floored by, because we think that through all the time that we spend educating and giving opportunities to youth, and hoping that they would grasp those opportunities with both hands, some have just rejected those opportunities and elected to do other things. Therefore, we're left with a vacuum, if you will, a void with some of our youth that we serve that don't understand that the opportunities are there for them to grasp, and they don't understand that this is their world, and we're just making sure that the world is appropriate for them to live in. That when we hand it off to them, it's going to be appropriate. So I think our most appropriate skill that we're trying to develop from a mentorship perspective is to motivate young men and women to really want to achieve their goals. A lot of us were influenced in a positive manner to achieve their goals, most of it by our parents. And with the disintegration of our social fabric, especially in the cities, there's a significant challenge that we have to face in regards to making sure kids know that this world is their world and they have an opportunity to succeed in whatever they decide they want to do.
Let me ask you, if a young man from a public school in urban Atlanta today comes to you and says, you know what, Mr. Miller, I've made up my mind, I'm going to be the next Hank Aaron in baseball, and I'm going to break the home run record. 14 years old, what's your conversation with that young man?
Are you sure you're willing to do what it takes to do what Hank Aaron did? Number one, are you sure you're willing to commit to that timetable in regards to really putting forth the effort? People don't understand the amount of individual determination Hank Aaron and other Major League Baseball players have, and the tremendous amount of time that Ernie Banks spent honing his skills at a young age and also at an older age. And they were relentless in regards to their pursuit of perfection. And to be quite frank, it's very dysfunctional to play at that high level. There's very few people that can do that can be Michael Jordan and Hank Aaron. So I'm about diversity. Hey, well, let's make sure we get our education. Let's make sure we focus on the big picture. And we'll focus on being Hank Aaron as well. But let's make sure, and no one wants to hear, let's cover all of our bases. But we have to really understand that there's 1 in a trillion Hank Aarons. I mean, they just don't, they're not on every street corner. And we have to make sure that everyone understands you have an opportunity to be behind the camera as much as you can be in front of the camera.
General Roberts, you want to respond to that?
No, I agree 100%. Along with motivation comes the necessity for opportunity. And one of the things that the Army does have is the opportunity for young men and women to serve. Believe it or not, last year we put onto active duty 74,577 kids. That's a lot of kids who, in this day and age, after being at war for 10 years, they've decided that they want to serve their country. And they are representative of America. All races, all creeds, all religions, all colors, all backgrounds. And so that's one of the things that we are partnering with the National Urban League, the 100 Black Men, United Negro College Fund, numerous others, to ensure that the message is out there that the Army has a tremendous number of opportunities. We always say we have 150 ways that you could serve your country, and that's as an enlisted soldier. There's also going off to college through ROTC, West Point, and other degree institutions to serve their country as an officer or enlisted. So we motivate, we provide opportunities, we mentor, coach, and teach, and contribute to society.
So you're saying you're hiring and you're open for business?
We're hiring and we're open for business.
All right, well,
That's
we'll
right.
pass that word on.
Absolutely. And we look like America.
All right. Mark, let me raise this question. Thanks for your remarkable service of these many, many decades. And you know my question. A lot of us think that we are post-racial. We have elected an African-American president. I know some of you think he's our second, but he really is our first. And we had the first African-American Attorney General, had the first woman Solicitor General. We have 3 women on the Supreme Court. It's time to relax, some would say. We've done it. We've achieved it. What Reverend Eugene Rivers said when we raised this issue 2 years ago, he says, Ogletree, look, we have one black man in the White House, but we have 1 million black men in prison. We're not post-racial. Is he right?
Yeah. You know, he's, first of all, thank you for having me, and congratulations to Major League Baseball for doing this, and to Jimmy Lee Solomon especially for his leadership. And Hank Aaron joined us, so we should give him a hand. It's really, really special.
I will say now, so it's no surprise, Hank and Billy Aaron will be called on as they are every year. So once you're up front, you know you can't hide. Yeah. So I'm coming back to you.
In the first pew. This is, I think the whole frame is wrong to think about post-racial versus racial America. I like to think of it as that we're on a journey to a multiracial nation. Because I think the concept of multiracialism, the idea that we can celebrate our ethnicity, we can celebrate our culture, but that out of all of this, we are one when it comes to values and opportunity and a vision for the nation. We've got to reframe the conversation. Does the election of an African American president, etc., mean a lot for this nation? Is it a giant leap forward? There is no doubt that that is indeed the case. However, not only the 1 million men who happen to be in prison, but the propensity of some to distract us with veiled conversations about birth certificates are a clear indication that for some in this nation, there is an obsession with yesterday, an obsession with race as an article of division in this country. And I think what we have to do is we have to affirm blacks and whites and Latinos and Asians and people of all backgrounds. We have to affirm this 21st century vision of an America which is multi-ethnic, multiracial, multi-religious, an America which embraces all people, but what is united in the idea that race should not be a barrier to economic opportunity, that race should not be a barrier to achievement. And we've got to fix the institutions of this nation, the school systems, the education systems, the systems of economic opportunity. Are they better off than when Dr. King stood in the pulpit across the street in historic Ebenezer Baptist Church, now the Spirit in this place? There is no doubt. Is it better than when Hank Aaron and that great generation traversed the playing fields of America? There is no doubt. But it's too early to celebrate victory. It's too early to affirm that we've arrived. It's important for our generation to carry the mission and carry the burden of carrying the torch, if you will, to another place where we can hand it off and say, when we hand it off, it is better. We are ahead farther than when we took it.
Thank you very much. We're going to be taking your questions in a minute, so raise your card if you have it. We'll pick it up and they'll sort them out and give them to me. Let me go back to the broader question. There are some young people here in the audience as well, and that is this. What do we say to young people who are apathetic is one way, but disinterested in where we are now, Gloria Gaynor, in the sense that, why should I be concerned? Why should I vote? Why? I mean, all that stuff is new to me. How does it make a difference? What do we say to young people to make them think that there is something that someone fought and died for that helped us get here, but how can you connect with a 16-year-old who is doubtful about whether they should do anything to invest in making America better?
I think that the only way for us to get this message across to them is for us to have received it ourselves and be walking in the truth of that message. The crux, I believe, of the matter is that Americans have got to come to the understanding, and I mean every American, has got to come to the understanding that the strength of America is our diversity. God has invested in this nation people from every other nation, bringing in the gifts, talents, attributes, abilities that he placed in every one of those nations. Every nation is known for something. We have something from all of those nations right here in this country. And we have got to understand that that diversity is the strength of this nation. And when you hold somebody back from reaching their highest level of productivity, their highest potential, you hinder yourself. You deprive yourself of the positive contributions that they might make to your life. So we need to all come together on that, and the adults, the leaders, be walking in the knowledge of that, and be examples of these young people, of the lessons that we're trying to teach them. Not just people that they look up to as leaders, but every single person that is in any kind of leadership position. If you're in a leadership position in your family, you're in a leadership position of your home, you're in a leadership position of your job, of your corporation, whatever. This is the message, the understanding that you need to walk in, be living, and showing to the people that are beneath you. That is the only way this is going to trickle down, with each person that's leading to come to that understanding, be walking and living in that, and be an example of it to everyone that you are leading.
Thank you. It's very right on point. And let me say a word, Mr. Moreno, about the success and talk about baseball and civil rights. I mean, it seemed unimaginable that we would have a person of color as an owner. It seemed unimaginable a few years ago that we'd have general managers in several teams. It seems unimaginable we'd have that sort of diversity that we see with all the RBI programs trying to bring more people into the sports industry this time, because as important as it is. And yet, what Ms. Gaynor says is exactly right. I remember the Red Sox would give out these scholarships to young people of color in 5th grade, and they would get the scholarships when they graduate from high school. The incentive, that is, you won't get it until you graduate. And now this is the 8th year, and one of the young women came to me last year and said, Professor Ogletree, the Red Sox promised me a scholarship for $5,000 in 2003, and I'm graduating from high school. I think they now owe me $7,327.22 because of interest. And the Red Sox, okay, stop, and they gave her a $10,000 scholarship, right? And at the same time, to show that we're making some progress, the Red Sox bring these young 25 people of color out to Fenway Park and introduce them one by one with the player. And Big Papi David Ortiz asked one African American, I said, you're going to play for me with the Red Sox when you grow up, right? And the young man said, no, Mr. Ortiz, when I grow up, I'm going to own you, right? He wasn't being disrespectful, right? The whole idea is that we have to give them a vision that they too can make a big difference. And so what's the vision, Mr. Moreno, that we need to give to let people realize that whatever it is, there's no barrier that can't be broken? Because baseball couldn't have been your first one, right? The whole idea is that you break a lot of barriers to decide to do what you want to do.
Yeah, I think my dad's platform was you don't work, you don't eat, was our basic platform. There was 11 kids, so we all had responsibility. Ms. Gaynor said it best. We all have to be leaders, and it starts at the home, whether you have both parents or you're single parent home, but we all have to lead those children. We have to, whether you grab them by the collar or kick them in the butt, pull and tug and whatever, but we got to get them moving forward. And you have to tell them there is always hope, there is always something out there. We have to continue to look through, with our eyes that there is no color and there is no barrier and there isn't anything that can stop you. And what happens is whether you get into what I always call, people that make excuses, or they have a victim mentality of saying, well, that can't happen to me, it can only happen to them. We have to break those lines. But it starts, to me, at home. It starts with education. Darrell and I talk about the education part all the time. In fact, it's one thing to be able to play baseball, but to really have the foundation of education. And we, as a society, have to work harder in educating these kids. And we cannot accept any excuse on why these young people are not getting an education. I mean, our system may not be perfect everywhere, but there is a basic platform, and we need to drive these kids through that education process, and that will open a lot of doors.
Thank you, Mr. Murrow. Let me ask you, are we going in the right path in terms of education, jobs? Are we meeting the screams and cries and pain of our families and young people?
You know, I think there are so many people out there talking about emphasizing, encouraging education, but this is really the point. I think that which is a priority is that which you invest in. That which is a priority, that is what you invest in. And if you look at spending, public and private spending on K through 12 education or pre-K through 12 education over the last 20 years and compare it to a whole host of other things that we invest in, it would certainly lag behind. Money is not the easy answer to all problems, but when you've done what I do and you go into classrooms that don't have computers or have one for 30 kids, where kids are using 20-year-old textbooks, where there are no programs in the playground, in the after-school program, where the music program and the athletic programs have been cut back, I look up and I wonder if adults are paying sometimes lip service to the problem and not doing enough. And that we have to constantly examine, because there's a lot of important conversation about the emphasis of education, and there are many, many people doing good work. But when we think about it as a national frame, the truth of the matter is that in comparison to other nations, industrialized nations, the United States of America has slipped in the last 10, 15, 20 years. We've got to be indignant. We've got to view it as being unacceptable, and we've got to see it as the real weapon of mass destruction. That's the weapon of mass destruction, an inadequate education system which produces poverty and people in jail. So I balance it in that those of you that are doing important work, I affirm it. I say continue to do it. But I say as a nation, as a broad nation, I don't care what political spectrum or race we may be, we ought to say that the number one priority for the country is preparing today's children to be tomorrow's leaders, to be tomorrow's workers. And we should not rest until we have a 100% high school graduation rate, until we can put bulldozers in front of prisons and knock them down because we don't need them anymore.
Ms. Huerta, do you think we're any closer to getting there, where we really are prioritizing our work to focus on children, focus on families?
No, we're not. Actually, we're going backwards. And when we think of engaging young people, this is a new civil rights movement. Education is our new civil rights movement. And I say we get the young people involved. I mean, they were out there in the front in the lunch counters, you know, on the desegregation. And we can get young people involved to get them out there on the streets in terms of doing voter registration, you know. There's a lot of young people, you know, they don't think that's important. But they don't realize that the people that are being elected are the ones that are putting our tax dollars into the prison system and taking that out of the educational system. And I think this is something that young people, once they understand that they've got power. I mean, when you talk about organizing, this is what you talk about. You talk about giving people power. Once that they understand that they have got the power to make those changes, they and their families, because in a democratic society, we're the ones that are putting those people in the decision-making positions, that are making the decisions. You know, during World War II, when we had the whole world at war, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt said at that time, when they said to him, we've got to take money from education and the libraries to pay for the war, he said, no, we will not take $1 from our educational system, we will not take $1 from our libraries, because this is the soul of the nation. And when it comes to our kids of color, and you know, they say Latino kids, 50% dropout, because the parents don't speak English. Wait a minute, our African American parents speak English, right? You know, so we know that the quality of education, we've got to look at the whole picture. And I want to say charter schools are not the answer. Destroying our public education system is not the answer. We've got to look at it. We've got to make sure our kids can help and those parents can make those changes. And we're going to have to fight for it. It's not going to come easy because there are many people in power that would prefer not to have our kids educated. They would prefer that because the only way that they can keep those the greedy, and the powerful, the only way that they can keep their power is if we have a citizenry in our country that is ignorant and doesn't know how the whole thing works, okay?
Thank you very much. So, Darrell Miller, how do we achieve this? The young man who I hypothetically asked you about with Hank Aaron, he probably has no idea what Hank Aaron or Jackie Robinson or anyone else went through in their early careers, have no idea about Dory Miller and Pearl Harbor. Do we, in some sense, fail them by not giving them that sense of history, that sense of civil rights, that sense of accomplishments? Should we do more to make sure that they understand how they got here to have all the freedoms they have today, but they were at a cost that many of our ancestors paid for them to do that? And that's the same to General Roberts.
Well, there's a lot of history that I think we're overlooking in the public school system. My daughter, we were just having a conversation earlier this week, and she said, Dad, I was telling her about the Holocaust. She said, Dad, they don't even talk about that anymore. I had never heard of that. And I thought, wow, that's interesting. And I think that from a historical perspective, we have to make sure that our kids are understanding how important the Negro Leagues were to the economy of baseball. I mean, that's the most important message that we need to teach, is the economy of baseball. Owning your own business and owning your own barbershop and restaurant and servicing, a certain, you're servicing a need in the community. And I think that was the key to the Negro Leagues baseball. And that was the key to baseball as a whole. And that's what breaking down that barrier led to, was an increased attendance in Major League Baseball. We have to talk about the economy and have our kids understand it's about, it's economic, but also it's about opportunity. One thing I can tell you for sure, and I've never asked Hank this, but I guarantee when Hank put on a uniform, his goal was not to break Babe Ruth's record when he first started out. I think his goal was to play baseball. And his goal was to do the best he could every single day. And his goal was to give it all he had every single day. And he looked up about 20 years later, and he was getting death threats, and things were happening. And all of a sudden, the next thing you know, he was right there where he needed to be. And that's the last thing I think we always want to never lose track of, is you want to be the very, very best you can be every single day at whatever you're doing. And that's how you get to be Hank Aaron. That's how you get to be an executive vice president. That's how you get through Harvard Law. And that's how you get through Harvard Business. And that's how you get through college, is you put one foot forward one day at a time and you grind it out. A lot of us, our kids that we serve, they think you just, you graduate from college and you should be a vice president the next day at your interview. And so we have to make sure everyone understands it's about hard work, determination, it's about core values, it's about understanding that you show up every single day, and educating them on the economy of the United States and where it all started.
Let me ask you too, General, is there any sense that people who pursue military careers get that sense of history, that we weren't always open to women, we weren't always open to people of color, but we've changed that? Is that part of the process of being a good military person in America today?
It certainly is a facet of our history that we ensure our young men and women learn very, very early on in their career. It starts right here in our communities, at our recruiting stations, where we talk about Army history. We also instill a tremendous amount of pride in them as Americans. And as we go into the high schools and do our recruiting functions, one of the things that we stress is that this is your America, and it's worth fighting for. Every day as I travel around the country and pass through airports, I'm applauded as a hero, and I'm often thanked. I turn that right back around on them, and I say, hey, thank you. Thank you for making America worth fighting for. It's the educators, it's the doctors, it's the lawyers, it's the politicians, it's the moms, it's the dads, it's the local and national leaders that make this country what it stands for today and worth fighting for. Yes, we do have a strong Army. We got the best in the world. We also have the best America in the world. And that's what we need to instill in our kids.
I wanted to add something, and it's an appeal to all of us to listen and have conversations with young people. We've got some young people here today, and I hope on the way out we'll have a chance to just go by and encourage them, give them their best. We sometimes, as adults, when it comes to young people, we spend a lot of time talking about them. We spend a lot of time talking to each other about them, and not enough time talking to them and listening to them. When you're young, you have fears, you have hopes, you have aspirations. You have a set of challenges that may be specific to this generation that weren't a part of how we grew up. The reality that they live, it's a two-way street to overcome the generation divide. It is not simply about, there's a reason why certain managers in baseball may do better because they can relate to players better. And they may not be better technically, they may not be better, but they may be better in dealing with and in confronting some of the challenges that young men in baseball face, or young men and young women face in life. So I encourage us to make a special effort to listen to our young people, to listen to what they have to say, those in your family, those in your extended family, or if your professional work puts you in touch with people who are younger, or you have to work with people who are younger. Sometimes, when you're young, if you remember, sometimes it was annoying and aggravating to have people always seemingly talking at you, barking at you, giving you instructions. You absorbed it, but sometimes the feeling was, can I be heard? Would someone listen to me because I've got some challenges? So it's just an appeal that all of us, because this audience is made up of people in leadership roles, not just in sports, but in business, in public affairs, and in life. And that responsibility to work with, mentor, talk to, listen to young people is one of those valuable intangibles that goes a long way to motivating young people to achieve success.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask a few of the questions that have been presented by some people in the audience, and anyone can respond unless there's a specific name. Here's the first question. How can you, any of you, turn the media to focus more on positive rather than negative images for our youth? What can we do in making media focus more on positive rather than negative images for our youth? Anybody want to respond?
Well, especially I think when it comes to people of color, that you always see the Latinos running across the border, right? And, we see negative images, especially of our young people. I think putting pressure on the media is important, and putting pressure on the sponsors. As you may know, Glenn Beck is going to be gone soon. Some of the other very negative people, like Lou Dobbs, was also taken off the air with a very concerted campaign that came from the Latino community because of his constant attacks. So I think we have to step up to them, and we have to tell them that what they're doing is wrong, especially for our young people. When they see negative images of people that look like them, it's very, very damaging to the psyche. Oftentimes, and I can say that for myself, it takes a long time to overcome that. And so we have to go after the sponsors and contact the media directly.
Any other comments about the media?
Yeah, I'm always amazed that, after everyone's watched the news, and it seemed like it's a tradition at the end of every news broadcast to have a pet story or a heartwarming animal story about, a dog or cat was rescued from somewhere or something like that. And it would seem like we'd be more productive if we had a heartwarming story about a human interest story about someone who overcame a difficulty, or someone who helped somebody out. A random act of kindness. And it could be multicultural. It's irrelevant what color. It's about how are we better people? How are we making an impact? How can we influence people in a positive way to contribute to society? And to me, that's I think a better way to use our media at the end of the broadcast. Let's talk about how we're helping each other.
So, here's the truth. If it bleeds, it leads. And if we are obsessed with sex and scandal, we're obsessed as people with scandal. My own, confession is I sleep with the press every single night because my wife is a journalist. But, having been in the public eye and most of my life, an elected official, state legislator, mayor of New Orleans, now at the National Urban League, I've been asking myself that question for a long, long time. So if any of you all have a good answer, I'm all ears. How to focus on more positive than on negative. We love controversy as an audience. We will gravitate to it, but there's a tipping point. And that tipping point is, for me, when I travel around the nation and I turn on local news in any major American city, and invariably, 80% of the time, the leading story is a story about crime. The leading story is a story about crime. And, in the month of May, I asked myself, where are the stories about high school graduations? Where are the profiles of the valedictorians? There is good information and good news. So my encouragement is challenge the media to just be balanced.
Sure. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just a quick comment on that. The Army prides itself in telling its own story. And as it relates to kids, what we have sort of turned the corner on recently is the use of social media in order to tell our own story. Oftentimes you cannot control national media, let alone local. So what we have done is really emphasize the latest trends in connecting with our youth, one of which is Facebook. And so all of our non-commissioned officers in our recruiting stations have active Facebook accounts in that station, and they're connecting with the kids in the community in a positive way. And they're telling positive stories about the positive things that kids are doing, not just in the Army or enlisting in the Army, but also what they're doing in school, what they're doing in the community, what their families are doing, and that has really, really taken hold and been a positive measure for us.
Thank you very much. Next question is, Jackie Robinson, Kurt Flood, Roberto Clemente are just three examples of players who significantly changed the business of baseball in terms of access to the financial side of America's pastime. What can we expect now in terms of changing the business of baseball, the financial sides, especially for African Americans and Hispanics? Any comments, Mr. Moreno? Do what you did, right?
I don't know. We'll find out, I guess, later tonight, right? One of the things that we really focus on are the fans. And I see a lot of businesses that don't do enough research, as we're talking a little bit about Facebook, and we're talking in our meetings about Facebook and Twitter. But the fans are our customers, and we do not spend enough time really finding out what the needs and wants of the fans and the young people out there, whether it's baseball or any business. But believe it or not, I've been doing this for about 25 years, and I was one of the guys who went through the minor leagues with an A club, and then I owned a piece of a team, and then we're doing it now. So I'm good or bad, whether you blame me or not. But the reality is 8 years ago, and Darrell and Ike sitting out there, when I came in, I said, we have to do is communicate with our fans. We need to communicate with the young people, and we need to start educating them early. And we've made a big investment in that. And I met with a lot of the former players when I first came in. I just said, I want all of you to help, and so we can all represent this organization the same way. And if you have information, but we'll all be together on this. And but what we're not doing is you see, you're talking about with the Army, but the communication, but really listening to what the wants and needs are and building from that. And when you look at I saw Mr. Aaron and his wife, lovely wife there, but had to sit down with Let's Play 2 down there. Mr. Banks is sitting there too. And when you get to, for me, I go home and tell my wife all the time, get this great opportunity to meet people that were, for me, as a young person, my heroes playing and watching them, go through the barriers and skills. But we have to reach out and find out what the needs are. And that communication thing, that little piece of whether it's a song, but that communication part is really what we're talking about here. And how do we continue to try to knock down the barriers and communicate, ask the questions on how do we answer, give those answers.
Mr. Miller, is there a business plan for baseball? Is there chances to be successful, an entrepreneur in baseball?
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's the whole idea that we, the commissioner, has pushed from a diversity perspective in making sure that all those opportunities are communicated holistically, and also the opportunities exist, and that's the reason why we're here. I think the whole focus is about opportunity not only in baseball but in life, but specifically in baseball, to be able to own, or to be able to, like I said, work behind the camera, work in front of the camera, own your own business, and be a diversity partner. And there's so many ideas that we're trying to communicate, and trying to make sure that we communicate clearly to the people that are out there trying to crack the business barrier, if you will, to be able to trade with baseball, or be able to trade in baseball, to be able to have their product sold in baseball. And that's critical as we move forward in the 21st century, obviously, and beyond, because it's easier to do and break those barriers than it is really truly to play on the field in front of the camera. I mean, that's you have a better chance doing that than you're going to have playing this game, because it's hard to hit a round ball with a round bat and be able to catch it when it's coming at you pretty fast too, as these guys did so well. I didn't do so well, but those guys did very well.
I wanted to add to this, because I think this is a place where, for the modern player, a little bit of history could also be helpful. The players of an earlier era didn't earn enough money such that baseball could be their full-time avocation. Many had off-season jobs, gigs, businesses, etc. The game now requires this 12-month commitment. And the second thing is that the benefits of free agency and the new financial regime are higher salaries and the ability of players to move around, but no longer guaranteed contracts, and longer careers are guaranteed. So in the new regime, the player of today needs to be educated on what baseball was 30, 40 years ago, number one. Number two, I think that baseball's emphasis on what happens to a player in the post-baseball career, if there's anything I would like to see, and it's not just for baseball players, but some modicum of financial education, some basic training in contracts and investments and retirements, and not a over-reliance and a detrimental reliance on agents and professionals and others. You've got to have that, and that's important, but you can't cede all the responsibility for your financial future to professionals who may work for you. You've got to be a decision maker in and of yourself. And so to the extent that an organization like ours can help with that, that's needed across the board, but probably needed for young baseball players who may go from not having very little money to all of a sudden having a significant salary of sorts, and money to invest, and money and the lifestyle goes up when there's got to be more long-term thinking, because careers do not last forever. And history and education and training is so critical. But also, we need to lift up those players in football, baseball, basketball who have been successful in business, because there are many of them. I often think about somebody in football who gets very little publicity, but who is a great player who's built a significant business, and that's Gale Sayers, who's routinely on the Black Enterprise top 20 largest businesses in the United States. You don't hear about him because he's focusing on his business and living his own life, but we need to lift up the players. All too often, this ties into the press. The player who doesn't succeed, the player that runs afoul of the law, gets all of the press and all of the publicity, and those that succeed do not get enough attention.
Thank you. The next question is a very interesting question, but before I give it, I want to make a comment. It just reminded me, thinking about Bill Russell, who just received the Presidential Medal of Freedom from President Obama. The president made an offhand comment: when will Boston create a statue in honor of Bill Russell? 11 championships, first African-American manager. A lot of people didn't, and champion of USC when he was there here in California in college. And most young people born after 65 don't even know that, would never know. And so he has shamed Boston into now there will be a Bill Russell statue in front of the garden, right? Now, I'm going to get in trouble by saying he shamed Boston, but the point is that there are women and men who've done incredible work, and they don't know it. This generation doesn't know it. We have to make sure that those symbols are somewhere. Who was that? Well, she was the one who made it possible for me to finish college. He was the one who made it possible for me to get this job. That's the one I followed to become a brain surgeon. I mean, all these models and heroes that we need to somehow celebrate with our young people. And this is a question for each and every one of you to give a brief answer, but it's a very interesting question. It is, I'll start with Gloria Gaynor. Who inspires you and why? Who inspires you and why? That is, all of our DNA tells us somebody did something to make us think that we could be successful. So the question is, who inspired you and why?
Well, it was my mother in the beginning, because she, I thought she was Superwoman. She was a single mother raising 7 children, and we felt that she did a wonderful job. And she instilled in us the idea that a number of things. One, that whatever you're going to do, you must do it to the best of your ability. And that she gave me one, what can I say, one thing that I live by, and that is to never consider yourself poor because you don't have what somebody else has, or because you don't have what somebody else thinks you ought to have.
Wow. And
that enabled me to be content at whatever level I am while striving to do better. And that was what I learned from her. So she was my inspiration, and the fact that she did so much with so little has kept me going, and all of the lessons that she's taught me, I now am teaching to my nieces and nephews and other young people that come into my life. And I think that's what we all have to do.
Thank you very much. Art Moreno?
I guess over a period of time, it changes. I think for me, when I was a young person, my parents and probably some uncles and aunts, and then I think as you move along, teachers, or when I was in the service, we got a lot of pretty good positive feedback. The discipline part was really good for me, and I've been with my wife 32 years almost now, and the support that you get from your wife or your spouse really, sort of keeps the flame burning and moving you forward. So, sort of how I think it's a bunch of people in my life.
Ms. Huerta?
Well, like Gloria, my mother, because the one thing that she taught us is that you always have to help people, and you shouldn't wait for them to ask for help. If there's a situation or someone needs your help, you have to get in there and help them, and don't expect any kind of reward or recompense or praise. That's what we're supposed to do as human beings. And I want to mention a great gentleman named Fred Ross Sr., who was the person who got myself and Cesar Chavez into organizing, that taught us how to do this community organizing, again, as I mentioned before, to show people that they have power, to show people that they can make changes, and for people to understand that unless they do it, nobody's going to do it for them. And then, of course, we have people like Dr. King and Gandhi. I want to put in there also, some of the great women that we've also known, Eleanor Roosevelt, Dorothy Day, etc.
It's an interesting history point there. I remember campaigning for President Obama, and we sort of adopted the slogan, "Yes, we can." Mm-hmm. The first time I heard that was in California, "Si se puede."
Yes, and I actually coined that phrase.
And that's why I'm giving you credit. Passing things down from generation to generation. Si se puede. Amen. General Roberts?
Thank you. Well, I tell you, I'm actually blessed with 2 great parents. first-generation college graduates who insisted that their 4 children also graduated from college and participated in as many extracurricular activities as our little heart desired, and they were very, very supportive of that. So I look back, and I had great role models in my parents, and they worked together to make sure that we were successful as a family. I also thank lots of great football coaches that inspired me every day to give more than I ever thought possible. The power of a positive attitude, teamwork, hard work and discipline, integrity, doing the harder right over the easier wrong, and being responsible for my actions. That's what makes a winner. And as I joined the Army, lots of great leaders in the Army. But what inspires me about the best of those great leaders is that they take care of soldiers, they take care of families, and they accomplish the mission while treating people with dignity and respect.
Thank you. President Morial?
Yeah, my 2 parents were very important to me in setting high expectations and being very insistent. And they were history makers and pioneers in their own right and in their own way, frontline soldiers in the civil rights work of the 1960s and the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. Played a very important role when I look back on everything I've been able to accomplish. And then there was a playground coach by the name of Coach Mack. Coach Mack grew up directly across the street from the city playground and played organized sports there from the time I was 9 years old, football, baseball, basketball. Coach Mack was a letter carrier by day and coached at the playground in the afternoon, and the man could coach 3 teams. He could have 3 practices going on at one time. And he had very little help. And my best story for him is I was 9 years old. He put me in the game. I said, Coach, I don't know what to do. He said, son, just hit the man in front of you. That's all you got to do. And everything will be just fine. So, and then finally, for me, Muhammad Ali. Because I liked his defiance. I liked his ability to be seemingly defeated and then come back. And I respect the way he's become just an international icon. So those are role models for me.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Well, obviously, my parents, it's hard to raise 4 collegiate All-Americans and the parents not do something right, with Cheryl and Reggie and myself and Tammy in 3 different sports. And so we were really inspired. Amen. We were really inspired to reach for the stars. But, I had and still have a horrible speech impediment. And I stuttered. I couldn't answer questions in class. I was really struggling. I had a 4.0 grade point average, and I had to give the speech, as a 9th grader for our graduating class, and I was petrified. So there's a young lady, my English teacher named Mrs. Kales, who wrote my speech and practiced with me for basically 1 month straight so I could deliver the speech. And, if you can't talk, you can't communicate in this world, you're going to have a hard time. And she gave me the courage to speak in front of 500 people that day and execute a speech flawlessly. And
thank God for her. I think that's so much the poignant point. We can talk about parents and friends and relatives and teachers, but a lot of people who have inspired us to be who we are and do what we've done are faceless, voiceless, nameless, who made paths for us. And there is no statue, there is no dictionary, there is no monument, but there are so many special people in our lives, and I think all of us are saying that we want to be special people in the lives of others. I think that's what you hear out of all these comments, that what someone gave me, I'm right now in everything I'm doing trying to give that back to the next generation. And that to me is a sign of real leadership. We're about to close, and I told the panelists I'd give them each 30 seconds to leave you with one sort of final thought that's on their mind, something that they want to make sure that you take away with you. And I'll start with Daryl and go all the way around and end up with Ms. Gaynor. The one point that you hope the audience will grasp on and take with them in terms of the future of civil rights and what we should be focused on.
Well, the most important thing that I think we all need to understand is we all have the ability to influence. We have the ability to influence someone in a positive manner. And the choice is, how are you going to influence them? And how are you going to make a difference in the people that you have that direct influence over? And I think that's the most important thing. I think we all have to take responsibility for what we say, what we do, all our actions are, because people are watching us. People need to see something positive happen from you and from me. And I think that's, for me, the most important way to live your life is how, and ask the question, how am I going to influence in a positive way every single day that I have a chance to live and walk this earth?
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I just want to take my 30 seconds. I want to thank Major League Baseball. Certainly thank you again, Jimmy Lee, and everyone for being a part of this discussion, but do think it would be not fully responsible on my part if I didn't raise that ahead of us. We have this important need and effort to resist these anti-immigrant laws that are being passed in states like Georgia and Arizona. It is, and I think we're going to be challenged to demonstrate a degree of courage. You know, the organization that I lead will look at what has happened in Georgia in the same way we looked at what happened in Arizona. We have to, as a nation at this time, unite around the hopes that we share versus the fears. It is anti-American to target people because of their Islamic faith or to be distrustful of people. And we may not remember that there was a time a century ago when deep discrimination was practiced against Catholics. It wasn't until John Kennedy was elected that there was, and he stands as the only Catholic president of the United States. So this is a continuum, and I just think that Major League Baseball, beginning with Jackie Robinson and Branch Rickey, demonstrated a degree of leadership. Branch Rickey showed leadership in the face of criticism and in the face of great odds. And along that continuum, there's been great strides from Jackie to Frank Robinson as the first manager, and on to now ownership by Latinos and African Americans holding ownership stakes and serving as managers to a point where we don't even celebrate each and every instance as a historic event. So we've got important work to do on the new barriers that confront us, and I don't think we should leave a discussion about civil rights without me saying that we're called on to lead, and to lead in this regard means to resist what is happening in states like Georgia and Arizona, which could ripple throughout the country. It only serves to send the very wrong message about the kind of America we want to build.
Thank you very much. General Roberts.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to personally and on behalf of the Army thank you all for all the support that you give to our soldiers and families, both here at home as well as at deployed locations around the world. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank Major League Baseball for partnering with the United States Army and giving us the opportunity to do things this week with this great organization. Our history is intertwined. If you didn't know it, there are several Hall of Famers that were also soldiers and outstanding baseball players, of course, and citizens. Jackie Robinson, Joe DiMaggio, Ernie Banks, Willie Mays, Whitey Ford, Joe Morgan, to name a few, members of the Negro Baseball League and also enshrined in the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. And so we do share some values between Major League Baseball and the Army that resonate in our community amongst our young kids that need those values, the values of loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity, and personal courage. They need it, and they need us to connect with them in all ways possible. And we do it in our communities with you all's help through these grassroots advisory boards that work with our recruiters that are entrenched in your communities, offering the opportunities to serve their great country, and also helping to further educate them, not just academically, but health awareness to fight that obesity trend that is out there. And last but not least, to help keep them out of trouble, strengthen their moral fiber so that they can not just join the Army, but also be contributors to this great nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dolores Huerta.
Well, I think that we're in a critical stage in our society right now, in our country, and also in the world. And again, quoting what you just said, we have to really, all of us, do a lot more to make sure that the journey that Dr. King was the drum major of, and Cesar Chavez, who's no longer with us, and the others, Robert Kennedy, that we get there, and we can do it. But we know it's going to take a great effort on all of our parts to make this happen. It's not right that in our United States of America that a person is killed because they happen to be gay or lesbian, or because they happen to be black, or they happen to be brown. I mean, this is not who we are. Or that women continue to be discriminated against. You know, when we think of the recent congressional debate on what is the definition of rape, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. I mean, that is so dinosaurish and so backward that even shouldn't be in our vocabulary, let alone in our public officers' language that they have. And I think that we can do this, but it's going to take a great effort on all of our parts. And yes, I'm going to add this. Yes, we need to support our president, okay? He's really working really, really hard, and he's got some great obstacles, and the obstacles that he has are our obstacles also. But I think we can do this, but we've really got to put a huge effort, put our time, put our money. Yeah, let's support our youth, and let's support our nonprofit organizations. Si se puede.
Thank you. Artie Moreno.
For me, I think we're all Americans. We should treat each other as we are Americans. We should try the best we can to smile, say hello, care for each other, and whenever you have a chance, you know, take somebody by the arm and help show that particular person the way. So,
thank you very much. And Gloria Gaynor.
Well, we all know that children are our future. And do as I say and not as I do has never worked and never will. The great person is the person who not only does well, but inspires others to do well. So I think that it is the responsibility of every one of us to help our young people by showing them by example what it means to be great. And in doing that, helping them to understand by example that every single person in this nation is a valuable person and is capable of being valuable, perhaps even to them. And so that we need to help them to grow up into valuable, contributing human beings themselves. I challenge everyone who is listening to my voice right now to become civically engaged, socially responsible enough to do whatever you can to make sure that our children, every single one of them, gets the education that they need in order to become positive, responsible, contributing adults. President Kennedy said, we cannot have a first-class nation with second-class citizens. I say, we cannot have a first-class nation with second-class children if they're getting second-class educations. It's just not going to happen. So we need to show our children by example how to get a better, how to be great, how to be inspirational, by doing what we can to make sure they are equipped to become those responsible, contributing, valuable citizens in America.
Thank you very much. Pastor Raphael Warnock is going to come up in about 10 minutes to give the benediction. Before he does that, I just wanted to say this in closing. Thank again Jimmy Lee Solomon from Major League Baseball for making this happen and moving it to these great places where amazing African-American players couldn't play on other fields, but they proved their worth on fields throughout America. Thank you, Jimmy Lee Solomon, for Major League Baseball doing this. And there are more people here than I recognize because I don't see as well as I did 50 years ago. But I did want to say this in ending before we have the benediction. I'm very happy to have gone to Stanford University. Some of my classmates are here and graduated with honors. Happy to go into Harvard Law School and being a tenured professor there. Classmates are here. But I have parents, a mother from Little Rock, Arkansas, who's passed away, a father from Birmingham, Alabama, who's passed away, grandparents, one generation away from slavery. And yet, look what they were able to produce with their children. And so we can't give up on one single person. And I say that because I didn't go to Stanford or go to Harvard or teach at Harvard because of I'm all that. It's because other people who don't even know it made incredible differences for all of us and laid down and took the bullet, took the whip, took the bullhorn, took the dogs, took all of that viciousness generations before we succeeded. And we can't forget that. And some of them are here, and I just wanted to ask them if they will come forward if they would. I believe we have Ruby Lucas here, the wife of Bill Lucas, the first black Major League general manager. Reggie Williams. Is Reggie here? Still here? Reggie, come on up. Has Reggie left? Vera Clemente, the widow of the great Roberto Clemente. Bill Bartholomew, a legend in baseball. Bill Bartholomew, is Bill here? The home run hitter, the fast man from Chicago, Ernie Banks. Will Ernie Banks join us? And, of course, Billy Aaron and her guy she hangs around with, Hank Aaron. Hank Aaron and Billy Aaron. This is why we are who we are today. And I don't want to ignore, I know there are other pros here, former players and managers. I don't want to ignore anybody, but I just saw some people I recognize. And we don't give them enough applause for what they've done. And I know that my panel shares with me the fact that we are where we are, wherever we are, because somebody else took the first bullet. Thank you all for what you've done. And thank our wonderful panel for a wonderful presentation today. Thank you all for a great job.
by the way, there's a baseball game today.
Yeah, no kidding.
Right?
Of Fox Sports.
We are Blackmore. We are South.
Another beautiful baseball Sunday at Turner Field in Atlanta, where a big crowd is filing in for the rubber match of our three-game series between the Braves and the Philadelphia Phillies. Sunday Braves on Fox Sports South is brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Make it a Hyundai Sunday every week on Fox Sports South. And welcome to the Delta Civil Rights Game, everybody, with Tom Glavine and Joe Simpson, Chip Carey at the ballpark. Plenty of beacons were honored in a wonderful pregame ceremony, fellas. But beacons of brilliance take the mound for their respective clubs today. Tim Hudson for the Braves and Roy Halladay for the Phillies.
Well, he's about the best in the game right now, Chip, I think, by all accounts, and for good reason. He's got great stuff, and he's got 4 or 5 pitches that he can work to both sides of the plate. And one of the things that it makes him so successful is that he can take a little off and put a little on all of those pitches. He is a guy that, if you look at his work on the road, too, here's a little note for you. He has worked at least 6 or more innings on the road for 58 straight starts, and no one in baseball history has had a streak like that since Walter Johnson back in 1911 to 1915, when he had 82 straight such starts. Home or road, it doesn't matter for Roy Halladay.
And no, Walter Johnson was not Tom Glavine's teammate, and today's Braves starter is Timmy Hudson. And in the month of May, he's matched Roy Halladay pitch for pitch.
Yeah, I don't have any Walter Johnson type analogies to throw Huddy's way, but I'll tell you this, Huddy's been really good. He's been good ever since he's been a Brave. He's been good this year. Coming off a little bit of a weird start, his last one against Washington, but the one before that, as close to perfection as you're going to find. And look, this guy goes out, he battles, he gives you everything he has every time out. The guys love playing behind him because he works fast. They know they're going to get plays. And, you know, again, uncharacteristically, last time out, the Braves defense let him down a little bit, and I'm sure those guys are going to be behind him today trying to make up for that.
Joe, last time the Braves will see the Phillies until right before the All-Star break. It's incredible how evenly this series has been played the last couple of years.
Well, this series, dating back to 2005, the wins are dead even, Chip, and Braves have actually out-homered the Phillies over that stretch, if you can believe that. But they're evenly matched teams. They play great ball against each other. They are very much rivals. They like beating each other. So hopefully for the Braves, they're going to step up. And we're hearing right now that Chipper's been scratching the lineup. That's not good news. But let's hope that the Braves prevail today and take this series.
And speaking of scratches, Tommy, Shane Victorino's out for the Phillies. He hurt his hamstring yesterday. How will that affect the way Tim Hudson attacks?
Well, I think it'll have an effect on how he goes about their lineup. There's no question about it. Look, like I said, we just heard Chipper's out of the lineup. That's bad news. On the other side, you got Polanco and Victorino out of the lineup, so a little bit of an advantage for the Braves there. Look, as the starting pitcher, when you're dissecting a lineup, obviously Ryan Howard, and we'll get into this during the broadcast, has phenomenal numbers against Huddy, so he's clearly going to be the guy that he's going to try not to let beat him today. And when you can eliminate Victorino and Polanco from that equation as well, it gives him more options to attack.
We wrap up a great baseball and social weekend here in Atlanta. The Delta Civil Rights Game is coming up. The Braves, Tim Hudson faces the Phillies, Roy Halladay, and we'll have the starting lineups in a moment.
say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous night o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Throughout this weekend, we have celebrated people who have marched, fought, and given their hearts and souls so that everyone may live a better life. For today's ceremonial first pitch, please welcome two people who together have spent more than a century fighting for the cause of freedom and equality. Former U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations and Atlanta's former mayor, Andrew Young, and co-founder of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, Reverend Joseph Lowry. Joining Ambassador Young and Reverend Lowry on the mound are Mendez Elder and Wesley Clement from Lead Incorporated. Mendez and Wesley, Ambassador Young and Reverend Lowry walked hand in hand with Dr. King. Today, they look to you to continue the journey. Do you accept the challenge to carry on the dream? Catching the ceremonial first balls are Atlanta Braves Jason Hayward and Philadelphia Philly Ryan Howard. Let's see what you got, kids. Turner Field, let's give Mendez and Wesley a big hand.
It's baseball time in Atlanta. The Delta Civil Rights game. We'll get things started with our lineups and first pitch coming right up. Sports and Outdoors, by AT&T, by Delta Airlines, and by Ford. An honor and a privilege to be with you for the Delta Civil Rights game from Turner Field this afternoon. Hope you enjoyed the wonderful pregame ceremony on the field just concluded a few moments ago. A great job to Fred Hickman, Brian Jordan, and the crew for their coverage. And now the entree is a very important Eastern Division battle between the Braves and Phillies, and partners wearing the throwback uniforms from the 1974 season.
And I'm loving both sides. They are beautiful.
The Phillies in those powder blue unis and line up this way for that man, Roy Halladay. Phillies 2 games now ahead of the Marlins in the National League East. And as we touched on a moment ago, Shane Victorino is out of the lineup. Michael Martinez makes his second start of the year in center field for Philadelphia. His first start came on April 3rd against the Houston Astros.
Yeah, that'll be that'll be a good thing for Huddy today. I mean, Victorino's been a thorn in the side, and I was remiss in my opening comments saying that Polanco was out, but see, that was my pitching preparation brain was working right there, and I was remembering that Polanco was 1 for 9 against Huddy, so that was somebody that I was kind of thinking would be neutralized in the lineup, and I just necessarily thought, or unnecessarily thought, he was out of the lineup. So he's in there. My bad.
No trouble. We'll let you stay.
I needed a mulligan on that one. Sorry.
Well, the Phillies lineup's going to have a tough time today because you were right about what you said about Tim Hudson earlier, Tom, and that his last start was a bit of a fluke. Some poor defense, call it shoddy defense behind him. And then he admitted he made a couple of mistakes right after each of those errors where he gave up 3-run homers, and one of them was on a play or on a pitch that Brian McCann had actually called for a fastball, and he threw a changeup when Jason Worth took him deep. But great numbers on the year. 3.09 ERA, just 10 walks against 29 strikeouts. He's already made a start against the Phillies here at Turner Field back on April 8th and beat them 6-3. He pitched into the 8th inning, gave up only 2 earned runs, and didn't walk anybody. And to me, that's one of the keys for him about this ball game is not walking anyone. Some other keys, though. His Ford keys to pitching success for Tim Hudson, who's 35 years old, 6'1", 175, is keep the ball down. This ball club will be aggressive. They'll swing at some early counts. And Ryan Howard has been a nemesis for him. 6 home runs in his career off Tim Hudson. Got to pitch him right today, too.
Yeah, that to me is an amazing stat. As you and I were sitting here before the game kind of going over notes, and I saw that. It's hard for me to imagine that anybody could hit six home runs off of Tim Hudson, knowing the sinker that he has and how well he keeps the ball down. So that to me is just a phenomenal stat, and it'll be an interesting, like we say, with Polanco not hitting him very well, with Victorino being out of the lineup, to see if he goes after Jason Howard at all.
Well, if Tim gets ground balls, that means the men behind him have to catch it. That was the problem that befell Hudson in his last start. Eric Hinsky gets the start in right field, and Brian McCann back in harness behind the plate, working with Tim Hudson. Chipper Jones, a late scratch, as we mentioned. Right knee soreness knocked him out of the game, so Brooks Conrad makes his first defensive start for the Braves this year. Shane Victorino out for the Phillies. And Jimmy Rollins ready to go to start this afternoon's ball game. And Rollins pops up the first pitch. And charging in is Martin Prado. 1 pitch, 1 out.
This is the second stop on a 3-city road trip for the Phillies. They've got to go on to St. Louis, play the Cardinals after this game is over, and they're in the midst. This is the 3rd game of a stretch where they're playing 20 straight games in 20 straight days, the longest stretch of them so far on the season.
Here's Michael Martinez, and he takes a pitch low. I think it's safe to say, too, fellas, that the schedule is going to toughen up for this Philadelphia ball club. They had a pretty easy run of it the first month or so, but they are being tested. Marlins and Braves finishing up this series. Joe mentioned the Cardinals. Next, Colorado, Texas, and Cincinnati. Charlie Manuel's squad. Magla to his right.
That's what we hope to see a lot of from Tim Hudson today. A lot of choppers into the dirt.
Here's the umpiring crew for the Sunday wrap-up. Paul Emmel will have the balls and strikes. Gary Darling, David Rackley, Bruce Dreckman join him on the base paths today. Here's Polanco.
Maybe he listened to the pregame and heard that I said he was out of the lineup, and it kind of got him in a funk a little bit, wondering whether or not he was playing. So now he's not prepared.
I think you'll be all right. I'll tell you what, though, I am digging these unis.
Yeah, they're nice. I like them.
Did you guys get fired up for the throwback days when you wear the old style unis?
It depended on the ones that we wore. These ones I think everybody liked.
You got to remember, I was wearing the throwback unis.
Good point. Yeah, like some of the ones, like the ones they wore yesterday, they're good looking. But, you know, then you got a guy, you got to wear the stirrups up. And in today's game, with some of the shoes the guys are wearing, they don't look so good with the pants up and the stirrups. But these are nice.
In the air. McLouth's going to get it. And Hudson has a very easy inning. He needed 8 pitches to get 3 outs. Runs should be at a premium today. And Roy Halladay goes to the mound next. Come up trying to trim that Phillies lead over Atlanta to 3.5 games within the division. Prado, McLouth, and McCann the top 3. Dan Uggla moves up a spot to 4th. And as we mentioned, Brooks Conrad playing for Chipper Jones. He's out with a knee problem. He'll bat 8th in front of starter Tim Hudson.
And on the mound, Roy Halladay. The Braves' first look at him this year. He's 34 years old. Just turned 34 yesterday. 6'6", 230. 5-2 on the year, coming off a loss to Florida 2-1. He worked 8 innings, which was a complete game in the loss. Walked 2, struck out 9. His work against Atlanta, outstanding. 3-0 last year, 4-0 in his career. His 4 keys to success today: road innings. I talked about how he's pitched 6 or more innings in 58 straight road starts. He has an outstanding cutter, and I'm going to need your help on this one, Mr. Glavine. His cutter, I'm told by one of the Braves hitters, he can actually put a little on and take a little off of that, depending on how he wants it to break.
I'll tell you what, if he can do that, well, that's why he's doing what he's doing. But, you know, we could sit here going through the notes on him, and there's some really fascinating stuff, but I'll give you one that makes him worth his weight in gold to Philadelphia. 26-6 against the National League East.
4-pitch guy, fastball, curveball, slider, change. But as I was told, this cutter, he can make it be a slider, or he can make it be a real short, sharp cutter.
Off the middle. Rollins. And he pulls Howard off the bag. Jimmy Rollins had a critical 8th inning error in Halliday's last start that led to the winning run for Florida, and he can't get Prado to start the bottom of the first.
Well, from an offensive standpoint for the Braves, I can't tell you how important it is, first of all, to get that first guy, get a knock against him, and get something going early and give everybody a chance to take a deep breath. If you get an early run off Halladay, outstanding. Let's see if they play for one run here in the first.
McLouth was a bunting fool. This one rolled foul. He's really taken nicely to the number 2 spot.
Well, I think this is the reason why they envision him in the 2-hole. He can do a lot of this stuff. He can lay down bunts, and his sacrifice bunts are not just a token sacrifice bunt for now. He's going to put pressure on the defense that he might get a base hit. He can hit and run. He can do a lot of things, but he's hit so well in the 8-hole.
That one's bunted in the air, and Ryan Howard scoops it up.
Right on cue, as soon as you talk the guy up or something. Okay.
Yeah, that hurt. That did hurt.
But I agree, Joe. I think the way this game shapes up with both of these guys, what they're capable of doing. Again, you dissect the numbers, what they, both these guys. Huddy's got a 1.72 day ERA. Halliday's got an 0.88 day ERA. So you got to figure runs are going to be a premium. So you've got to manage that way until the game shows you it's going to be otherwise.
But the next 3 Braves hitters have had reasonable success against Halladay. It starts with catcher Brian McCann. Brian's 12-game hitting streak ended yesterday. But head-to-head with Halladay, 6 hits and 13 at-bats.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you look at these next 3 guys, and even Hinsky's had some success against him in terms of driving runs in. It's surprising that he's got such good career numbers record-wise against the Braves. But Halladay is the guy. You hear it thrown out a lot about a lot of different guys. Oh, he can throw any pitch at any time in any location, and sometimes a little bit of that is talked up. But it's legit with this guy. He can pretty much throw anything anytime he wants.
Popped up. Blanco with the wind howling makes the play.
Well, another reason. Chip, sorry, another reason to play for an early run. He's made 2 starts in his career here, and he's not given up a run. So he's enjoyed pitching in this ballpark. It is more spacious, certainly, than Citizens Bank Park, but he's always pitched well against the Braves. I said he's undefeated against them, and part of the reason he's pitched so well at Turner Field.
Here's Dan Uggla. Uggla 7 for 19 with 2 homers against Halladay. Looking for his first hit in the series.
Who would think that Roy Halladay would be the guy to get Dan out of a funk? But how about it? Let's see if that happens today. I had the good fortune of being in Philadelphia for that playoff game when he threw the no-hitter against the Reds. And there was a great quote from Johnny Gomes, the left fielder for the Reds that night, who after the game said, Roy Halladay had 8 pitches tonight. 4 to the inside corner and 4 to the outside corner with precision. I thought that was a great description.
I know, we used to talk in the day that, man, if you can go out there and command 2 pitches, command 2 sides of the plate, you've got a really good chance to go out there and be successful. If you can do that with 3 pitches, you've got a good chance to throw a shutout.
There it goes, and Uggla pops it into the seats foul.
And when you're talking about this guy being able to do it with 4,
yeah,
that's when you're talking special stuff like no-hitters and perfect games and things of that nature.
Well, that's why the hitter who shall remain nameless for now told me that he's got to get him early in the count, and he recommended to the Braves other hitters that you get after something early in the count if you get a good pitch to hit.
And Uggla missed something off speed from Halladay, who will not throw a no-hitter on this day. But both he and Hudson fire scoreless firsts.
Braves in the first inning. And now Tim Hudson goes back to work in the second. And look where Tim ranks on our Academy Sports and Outdoor leaderboard.
Active pitchers with winning percentage. Halladay first, Hudson third. Right there behind Johan Santana, and a few wins racked up by all those gentlemen.
Pretty good names on that list.
And here's the man, Joe, you said Tim really has to focus on, Ryan Howard.
14 for 44 in his career against Tim. 6 of the 14 hits are homers.
Into the shift. The Rover takes care of Ryan Howard.
Did you like it when you overplayed a hitter like this from a pitcher standpoint?
Yeah, as long as that we got an out like that. But when they squibbed one in the hole on the other side of the field, you're thinking, oh, man, why did we do that?
And then they blamed you because you pitched against the defense.
Of course, exactly. I mean, I think you have to play the percentages, and every now and then it doesn't work out.
Strike to Raul Ibanez. He's done great work to get that average up to 237. He's really had a roller coaster start to the season. Another ground ball. And another out, 2 away.
That one had some good movement, Tommy. Looked like Ibanez was going after it, then had to lunge for it a little bit at the last second.
Yeah, he got a little bit fooled by the movement on that one. And you know, you talk location, you talk pitch, you talk movement, and I think that pitch, the movement got to him. When he committed to it, it was in an area where he wanted to hit it. By the time it got to the plate, there was nothing he could do with it. And you know, so far, good sign for Huddy. He seems to have that sinker ball working.
John Mayberry gets a start. It gives Ben Francisco an afternoon off. Maybe allows the Phillies' regular right fielder to straighten things out. Francisco in a 2 for 28 slide, so they give Mayberry a chance today.
Well, I'm sure Tim Hudson's not upset by that because Francisco was 4 for 6 with a couple of doubles off of him.
And took a shot. And nothing in 2.
And as a pitcher, trust me, you go through, when you start the day before preparing your game plan and you start going through guys and you see guys that have numbers like that, and then you get to the ballpark the next day and you say, whew, okay, he's not in there. Yeah. That's not a bad thing. But then you immediately go into your cynical side and think, okay, well, I can't take this other guy lightly, or he'll be the one that kills me today.
Yeah, because he's hit a homer off of Tim.
Phillies have some good young players. You know, they've done a good job developing guys. Have four rookies on their roster right now, and they're one of the teams that over the last few years have done a good job of bringing their own guys up and developing them and becoming key parts at their major league level.
Oh, didn't get the corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
The umpires in the seats thought it was a strike.
Fox Tracks agrees with Paul Emmel, who is a guy who I think is a good home plate umpire and usually a pitcher's umpire.
What a treat it is for him to get to call this game behind the plate.
Well, I guarantee he came to the ballpark looking forward to this.
And Tim lost Mayberry. First base runner is a 2-out walk. And Pete Orr is coming up. Friends, don't forget all those Negro League jerseys that were worn by the Braves and Phillies yesterday are still being auctioned off for charity right now at Braves.com/jersey auction. All of them are signed, and the contributions benefit the Martin Luther King Jr. National Memorial Fund. Visit Braves.com/jersey auction today.
Got a glimpse of Jason Hayward there on the rail, and not in there today. He did come in for defense in last night's game, and the Braves are hoping that he might be ready to go for the Houston series that begins tomorrow.
Yeah, they've had their Outside chance on today, maybe, but more realistically, they were looking at Monday. So hopefully that'll be the case. He'll be ready to go tomorrow.
He did swing the bat before the game today, off a tee and in the cage. So maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. Hopefully for the road trip. That would be nice.
Well, as long as you're getting production out of Hinske out there, you can buy a couple more days if he needs it. Mather's done a pretty good job out there as well. So.
Phillies will try to steal a base or two. They like to run. Mayberry's 1 of 2 in stolen base attempts.
Juan Samuel is their third base coach this year. Sam Perlazo at first, moves over from third.
Freddie Freeman for the Braves is a big kid. Look at how big Mayberry is as he takes his position on the first base bag.
Yeah, John Jr. is not as beefy, I'll say, as his dad, but certainly is tall, probably taller.
6'6", 219.
His dad was more like 6'3", 6'4", and switched that 1 and 9.
Get a little bit more of the horizontal, Gene.
Pete Orr goes the other way. And now he'll go to second base defensively as the Phillies are out in inning number 2. Alex Gonzalez and Freddie Freeman are coming up for the Braves. Let's take a look at our quote of the day today, fellas, brought to you by Geico.
It's from Jimmy Rollins, who's talking about Hank Aaron, Willie Mays, and Frank Robinson. There's no way in the world they were that good for that long. But they didn't have a choice. Every single day it was on the line. They had to show up. It wasn't just baseball. And no, it wasn't just baseball. But you know what? I think modern day players can take a page out of those guys' books, because they did show up and play hard every day.
Yeah, they had, like you said, not just about baseball. They had something to prove every day.
I think today's player takes a few days off here and there.
I do too. I never did when I played, but I mean, today's guys, they do.
Downstairs to Eric Hinske. 2 balls, No strikes. Hinske 7 for 34 with a homer against Halladay. A couple of former Toronto Blue Jays battling in this sequence. Into center. Martinez. One out.
Tommy, I don't want to say who said it or where it came from, but a person just said usually took 4 days off.
Now that's the common misconception about starting pitchers. We worked hard those 4 days in between starts. There was a lot of things going on behind the scenes.
Okay.
You know, I mean, when you show up to a concert, that stage doesn't just magically appear. There's things that go on behind the stage. Well, that's what starting pitchers do.
I never thought of it that way. They construct the stage. Okay.
I want to know what the importance of knowing how putts break on fescue in Bermuda has to do with starting a ball game every
And get your mind right, because if you're winning your golf bets, you feel good about yourself. You carry that out to the mound.
It's all about self-esteem.
Exactly.
Another former Blue Jay facing Roy Halladay. It's Alex Gonzalez. He's 5 for 16 against him lifetime.
You know, earlier in the year, Chip, and I think shortly after the Phillies had gone out and signed Cliff Lee to round out their rotation, let's say, I said, you know, these guys do lose. It's not like they win every game. They still, like everybody else, have to throw it over the plate in the strike zone. And they do get hit.
That one's popped up. Rollins drifts out. Jimmy's there for 2 down.
They just don't seem to make as many mistakes as some guys.
Yeah, you figure, again, law of averages, they're going to give you a chance to win most of the time, and over the course of the year, compared to other rotations, more times than other rotations will. And that's, you know, that to me is where it makes a big difference. And in those years that I was a part of great staffs here, it was over the course of 162 games, it was just hard for teams to match what our rotations could do. And I think that's where the Phillies are at. It's not necessarily what each guy is going to go out and do spectacular every night. It's over the course of 162 games that, man, oh man, they're just consistently giving you a chance to win.
And having said that, the same thing applies to your staff that these guys can do, is that you can't let the Phillies jump out to some big lead because you just don't expect them to go into any extended losing streaks because of their staff.
Yeah, you're not going to, you know, it could happen again, but you can't expect that somewhere along the line they're going to lose 10 in a row and that's how you're going to make up your ground. You just, you don't figure that's going to happen.
Freddie Freeman. The home run he hit up in Philadelphia against this guy on the mound. And now he's got a 2-2 count with 2 outs in the second. And Freeman down swinging. Second strikeout for Roy Halladay. 0-0. Just like we thought. score here in Atlanta. Welcome back to Sunday Braves on Fox Sports South. It's brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And it is a thrill to be joined on this Civil Rights Weekend in Atlanta with the Commissioner of Major League Baseball, Bud Selig. Welcome.
Beautiful day, and it's been a great weekend for us.
Carlos Ruiz starts things off and takes a quick strike. What does this weekend mean to you and Major League Baseball?
Well, you know, Chip, given our history, I'm just talking about it. Henry Aaron and I had a long talk this morning.
McLouth can't get it. Hinske backs up the play. Ruiz puts on the brakes. First hit for Philadelphia.
When you think back to the Jackie Robinson situation and all it meant in 1947, which was amazing, long before the Civil Rights Movement, long before Harry Truman desegregated the United States. I mean, what Branch Rickey did was just amazing when you look back on history. And so that's been our history, and I often say that baseball is a social institution, and we have those responsibilities and should be grateful for it. I'm proud of what we've done, and this weekend, it's just, when you left the dinner last night, it's just breathtaking. Really, when you see the honorees and the emotion and what it's meant to people, it's really been tremendous, I must say. So I'm very proud. We'll be back here next year with it again.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm real proud of the way the Atlanta Braves have operated it this weekend, too. First time through on the Civil Rights Weekend. Great job.
Joe, you're absolutely right. They've done a masterful job. No question about it. And it's really, there's a great deal of emotion.
Roy Halladay's trying to bunt, see if he can help himself move Ruiz into scoring position.
Although you never know, I guess runs will be very scarce today.
That's what we're figuring.
Yeah.
Hudson and Halladay have pitched.
I was just going to say, I think the Phillies and Braves did a great job of setting up the rotation for this game so you get these two guys to go at it.
How much influence did you have on that, Mr.
None,
Commissioner?
zero. And, you know, I saw both managers and coaching staff today, and if I had been a little quicker, I would have thanked them for it. But This is great. This is great for me. So I wish I could take credit, but I can take no credit.
Did he go? Yes. Halladay can't help himself. And there's one out. But obviously, Mr. Commissioner, with the focus on the Civil Rights Weekend, we talk about the influence of African-American players in our game. Joe mentioned the other day that the percentages are down. What's baseball doing to try to help make this game more attractive to
Joe is right, but I think you're about to see a dramatic turnaround. You know, we have a lot of we built an academy in Compton, California, built one in Houston, building one in Miami, going to have one in Philadelphia, have some things here, and it's all directed at the inner cities and what we can do. It has happened. Why it happened, nobody seems to know. We spent years trying to do it. We have 150,000 kids in the RBI program, which is spectacular. So I'm comfortable talking to clubs and players they have in their farm system. I think you're going to see a very interesting turnaround on that score. Obviously,
Rollins pops it up into shallow right. Hinske's underneath. 2 out.
So I think we're going to make genuine progress. You know, when you think of Jackie Robinson and then the next generation, Hank Aaron, Willie Mays, Frank Robinson, and on and on and on, Bob Gibson, Willie Stargell, on and it was amazing. But then something in the mid to late 60s stopped. Nobody seems to know why. And I wish I could tell you, but I don't know why. But I'm very confident. We're doing things never been done before, and I think you will find that this is going to produce certainly more than the 8.5 or 9% that we have today.
Michael Martinez hits.
I know for a fact that the Braves do a lot here in the metro area. Building fields, supplying equipment, and putting a lot of energy into that. Are other clubs doing similar things?
There's no question. I've talked about all the things that baseball is doing out of the central office, out of the commissioner's office, but the clubs themselves really do really interesting work, and they've all done it. They've done it everywhere. They're being aggressive, and that's why I'm really optimistic.
Martinez singles up the middle. Phillies have him first and third for Polanco with 2 out.
I'm optimistic about us showing great progress.
And do the young African-American players in our game, the Jimmy Rollinses, the Ryan Howards, the Jason Haywards, the Ricky Weeks, the Matt Kemps, are they embracing their responsibilities?
They
as
are.
Far as,
they are, and I was quite impressed. I saw Jimmy downstairs and Ryan Howard and Jason. I saw, actually, I was in both clubhouses. They were all at the dinner last night. Now that, having been in baseball running club for 35, 40 years, I know how tough it is to get, and I don't blame them, play a late Saturday afternoon game, but there they all were, and they stayed right to the end, and there's no question in my mind. In fact, when I travel and bump into a player like that, they all talk about that. What are we doing? What can we do to be more helpful? Absolutely right.
That's wonderful to hear, because we in Atlanta are so privileged to have Henry Aaron here and know what he has meant to the history of our game and what he means to youths who never saw him play but know very well his legend.
Well, he's a legendary hero here and a legendary hero in Milwaukee and almost every place else, too.
1-0 count to Polanco. And a ground ball to short. And that is going to retire the side. Mr. Selig, it's our pleasure to have you here.
Chip.
It happens all the time.
I know it is. Pleasure to see you, and I'll see you during the course of the year.
Look forward to it.
Joe,
Thank
nice
you so
to
much.
see you.
On Fox Sports South, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Our thanks to Commissioner Bud Selig. Really enjoyed talking to him a few moments ago. With my partners Joe Simpson and Tom Glavine, Chip Carey back at the ballpark where Brooks Conrad faces Roy Halladay first. If you just joined us, Chipper Jones was originally in the Braves lineup today. A sore right knee knocked him out, and Polanco handles a pop-up for the first out.
And if I'm Brooks Conrad and I get ball one, I'm going to look for something good to hit on a 1-0 count here, and he gets that cutter right in on his thumbs.
Yeah, it was actually missed his location a little bit. It looked like he was trying to go backdoor cutter and got a little bit too much of the plate with it, but even still got it in Brooks' kitchen a little bit.
It's funny how the game evolves. In the 80s, the split finger pitch was the pitch that everybody wanted to have. Then in the 90s, that hard biting slider like Kerry Wood used to throw. Now, Tommy, it seems like every pitcher's trying to learn to throw the cutter.
Yeah, the cutter is kind of the pitch du jour. And I think in part because it's For some guys, it's an easier pitch to throw than a changeup. If you know, everybody's searching for that off-speed pitch they can throw when fastball counts, and you know, the cutter coming off the fastball seems to be a little easier.
So, Joe, how do you hit it?
I don't know. Chipper even said it's the bane of his existence now because it's evolved to such a point that it's such a hard pitch to hit and read. It's not like a slider where you can see that dot on the ball come at you sometimes. It's just a hard pitch to pick up and follow. You see the fastball out of his hand, read fastball, start to swing, and then all of a sudden it's tied you up inside.
Tim Hudson bats ahead in the count. And he lines a shot to center field. That's Hudson's first hit of the year, and it comes against Roy Halladay.
So
maybe that's how you hit a cutter.
You can do all that setting up you want. But.
Yeah, all you want. But, you know, as a pitcher, you get to eliminate all those pitches. You figure you're just getting a fastball when you're ahead in the count or you're behind in the count. So, and Huddy got one, and he put a good swing on it. And David Ross was right there on the bench giving him, you're not that good.
Yeah. They were doing that same thing for Rossi yesterday when he dropped that bunt down for an RBI.
Yeah, it was a great quote by him. He said, you know, sometimes you feel good up there, sometimes you don't. Today I didn't feel very good and felt like a bunt was my best option.
Well, it sure worked out. As the Braves even the series. Now Prado bats. He legged out an infield hit on a ball up the middle that Rollins caught, but his throw pulled Ryan Howard off the bag.
What a month of May he's having, not even including that hit. He came into this game hitting .386 for the month. 15 RBIs.
Yeah, Chipper might have shortchanged him. He said, well, we know who the player of the week is.
Yeah.
How about the player of the month?
He keeps it up.
Well on his way. Yeah, I was a little surprised when I was going over some of the numbers to see how many hits he has now and average, and he's kind of quietly crept his way back on up there to where you were accustomed to seeing him all of last year.
So he's worked Halladay now to a 3-1 count.
Well, and this is where you'll see most times you're looking straight fastball right here, but with this guy you can't necessarily eliminate anything else.
Ground ball to short. Funny hop. Rollins gets Hudson, and look at Tim go barreling in on Pete Orr. Country hardball out there at second base. No chance for Orr to try for the double play, and McLeod will hit with 2 outs.
Second time in this series the Braves have gone in hard at second base to break up a double play. Chipper did it to Rollins Friday night, and now Tim taking out Orr.
Yeah, that was a nice aggressive slide, but Huddy might want to start that slide about 3 feet sooner next time. He'd be blowing out a knee.
Hey, we've seen him go. We've seen him go head first this year already for a run. We know he can slide.
McLeod breaks his bat. Nobody covers first, and all hands are safe.
The short end of the bat caught him a break right there. Halladay couldn't get out of it. All he was trying to do was get out of the way. He wasn't thinking about covering first. Sawed him off, and that top end of the bat went right at Halladay, and he couldn't go anywhere but duck and get out of the way.
Keep seeing that more and more and more.
So here's Brian McCann. As you know, Brian, one of the game's best hitters with runners in scoring position. He's got Prado out there with 2 outs in the 3rd inning.
Let me ask you something, Tom. I watched Halladay at the beginning of this inning just stand out there, kind of his hands on his hips, because of the longer breaks with TBS doing the game today. He's a guy who likes to get the ball, get out there, warm up, and ready to go. And he has to kind of sit around and wait for TV to rejoin. Is that possible to kind of get in his head a little bit?
You know, it can. I know, again, when I used to have to deal with it, I would always wait an extra 15 seconds on the bench so that I didn't get out there and have to stand around. So it's a little bit of a timing issue. You know, if you're accustomed to, hey, that last out is made, boom, you're out of the dugout, and you know your routine, you go through it. On days like today where you've got that extra 30 seconds in between, again, I used to like to just sit there and mentally in your head count to 15 or 20 and then go out there, because I hated exactly that. I hated being done with my warm-ups and then you're standing around for 20 seconds.
He's pitching behind in the count a lot this inning.
Well, in a game where your runs are going to be at a premium, this is the guy you want in this situation. He's hit Halladay well, like you mentioned, Chip. He's great with runners in scoring position, so the Braves couldn't have asked for a better scenario.
High fly ball, right center, but Martinez is there. Best hit ball of the inning, but it's caught, and the Braves are out of luck in the third inning. By the Georgia Lottery, by Academy Sports and Outdoors, and by Joel and Associates. Chip, Joe, and Tom with you in Atlanta. No score as we go to the fourth inning. Partner, to my right, Mr. Glavine was checking out his cell phone. That must mean it's AT&T U-verse trivia question time.
I gotta get on Google. I gotta get ready.
And here is the question this afternoon. Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard have each won the MVP. What's the only other Major League team with multiple MVP winners on its roster? Well, that's a good question.
Yankees would jump to mind.
It's almost too obvious to be the Yankees.
Exactly, it can't be. A-Rod and who else?
I don't think Jeter's ever been MVP, right?
No. I don't think Tex has.
Posada, no. As Howard takes a strike. Howard grounded out. Into that shift again. Dan Uglow way out on the right field grass. Manning second base. And he'll have another chance. Tim is racking up the ground balls to start this game. That means he's got his A stuff. And fans order the Chevron Family Value Plan today. Get 4 Braves tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 Cokes, parking, a program, and a $5 Chevron gift card for just $69. For the best deal in sports, call 800-745-3000 or buy them online at Braves.com. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I didn't see what I was watching the finish of the play, and then
I watched him break when the ball was rolled to the right side. He kind of broke hard and then stopped. Oh, he slipped.
Yeah. Well, they've already lost one starting pitcher this homestand. I don't need another one.
No. And that's groin. That starting pitcher Tom mentioned is Brandon Beachy. He was placed on the disabled list today for the Braves. As expected, Scott Proctor, who contractually had to be called up to the big league club by the 15th, was indeed added to the roster.
Tim looked like he was saying he's okay, but I'm not sure that Jeff Porter's buying it.
Yeah, it's almost like, I'm okay, and where'd you feel it? Well, right here, and he's having to give a little bit more convincing.
Jeff looking sharp today, by the way.
Yeah. Must be a slow day in the training room if he's down on the bench. I mean, that's a good sign anyway. Although Lovey's not down there, so maybe Lovey's up. Giving a little bit of love to the guys that need it.
Here's Ibanez.
Maybe Huddy's legs were just a little tired from having to run the bases.
Could have been. Hit the bag hard.
Yeah.
Whatever the report was from Jeff Porter, David Ross was laughing on the bench. That's going to slice into the seats. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Tim's mighty strong, wiry strong, but there's just not much of him. So
no.
If he strains something, it's going to be major.
Yeah, like what'd you say? He's 175 pounds.
Yeah,
that's soaking wet and probably with a couple of rocks in his back pocket. There's not any extra on him. There's no fat on him whatsoever, and that's tough for a starting pitcher to get through the heat of this summer.
Luckily, heat's not a problem today. It's a great day to pitch, I would think, Tommy, albeit a windy one.
Yeah, it's a windy one, but the wind's blowing in, so it'll hopefully cover up any of your mistakes. But it is a nice day to pitch, and I know Huddy, he's in the heat always struggle with cramping up a little bit, so this is not typically the weather he would have to deal with those issues.
I'm having flashbacks, guys. I mean, I'm looking at these uniforms, and I see Brian McCann behind the plate with that streaky helmet. I'm thinking Biff Pocoroba or Ozzie Virgil Jr. This Phillies team, that was in a period where the Phillies had a great team with Gary Maddox and Greg Luzinski. In the outfield, Bob Boone. And
who was that third baseman over there?
His name was Schmidt.
He's pretty good.
And I've said it correctly.
Yes.
Unlike your father.
Yes, that was somewhat problematic. And a swing and a miss by Ibanez. Hudson has his second strikeout.
But even for the Braves from '74, Mike Lum, Ralph Garr, Darrell Evans, the late great Johnny Oates, and one Henry Aaron.
Here's Mayberry. Tim walked him with 2 outs in the second inning.
This is going to sound a little far-fetched, and it probably is, but you know how golfers talk sometimes about a hole that just doesn't fit their eye, that the hole just doesn't set up well for them. Were there hitters like that where, you look at them and you just you weren't sure about where to go?
Yeah. I know, again, that for me sometimes it was not so much a hitter, but which side the hitter hit from. When I didn't see a lot of lefties, all of a sudden the lefty would get up there and I'd see so much of the plate that I didn't know where I wanted to go. But there are certain guys that are not your typical batting stance or a little bit spread out or open or whatever that kind of throw off where you're trying to start the ball or where you're trying to get to. And I think a lot of that depends on the pitcher. Are you a guy that likes to look at the target, throw to the target, Are you a guy that likes to look for a spot where you want to start a pitch and then you know where it's going to end? So all those things play into it. But, yeah, you get a guy up there that's a little unconventional, it can kind of throw that off.
And I only say that because he walked Mayberry in the first inning and then, or his first time up, and then threw one to the backstop. And I'm just wondering if there's something about Mayberry for Hudson that he hasn't seen him before. Well, one time and he hit a homer, that he's not sure how he wants to pitch him.
Popped up. Full count. And as we said, this guy's got a gigantic strike zone. I mean, he's a 6'6" tall man.
Their other young outfielder, Dominic Brown, who was injured in spring training. I just learned today from you guys that he's hurt again with a thumb ligament, so he's going to be out even longer.
Another walk to Mayberry. And Pete Orr bats with 2 out. Yeah, you're right, Joe. Brown broke the hook of the hamate bone in his wrist, was coming back, playing from that, and diving for a ball in the outfield. Hurt the ligament in his thumb.
We talk all the time about Brad Lidge and Jose Contreras and Chase Utley being out. We rarely even mention Brown, who was supposed to be their everyday right fielder in place of Worth.
What is the status or the scuttlebutt around the Phillies with Utley? Is he getting close, or?
Yeah, he had a scheduled off day yesterday, and he's likely to play 9 innings for them in Clearwater today. He hasn't done that yet. Runner goes, pitch low, McCann's throw off target. Told you the Phillies like to run. Mayberry has the first stolen base of the day.
High leg kick, a little slow to the plate on that delivery, and gave Mayberry plenty of time. Yeah, I think optimistically speaking, they're thinking end of the month, maybe first week of June for Utley, which is way ahead of schedule from what they thought at the beginning of the year.
1 ball, no strikes to Pete Orr.
Yeah, for all the talk of Utley being out, they've still hit pretty well, and for all the things they've had going on in their bullpen with Lidge and Contreras and guys being hurt, they've still hit the ball pretty well, and their bullpen's done a pretty darn good job for all the holes they've had to fill.
Yeah.
Dangerous pitch, 2-0 to Orr. Pickoff play. Oh. And the ball was dropped. Did they have him?
Yeah, I thought they did.
That's about the only thing Alex has dropped.
Yeah, it's the only thing that's hit his glove all year that didn't stay in. Just tried to take the tag down too soon. You said it's a big pitch or dangerous pitch here, Chip. This is like a playoff at bat right here, because with Halladay, your opponent, you can't afford to give up any runs, especially a 2-out knock here after the Phillies have worked their way into an RBI situation. They are 6 for their last 31 with runners in scoring position, and now he's 3-0 on Pete, so be careful.
Well, and you wonder with the righty-lefty matchup and Ruiz on deck, even though he's been a Braves killer, he's in a little bit of a funk right now.
All bets are off now. 3 balls and a strike.
I think he's told you exactly who he wanted to go after here, and it wasn't Ruiz.
No.
But he does have that luxury, doesn't he, here? 3-2 with a base open to not have to give in.
Yeah, he can do anything he wants right here, and you know, if you walk him, so what?
Lost him inside. Back-to-back 2-out walks. And Ruiz indeed will hit. Tom mentioned his slump. He Leadoff single for the Phillies in the third broke him out of an 0 for 26 slide.
He may be, and I've told you this before, Chip, I mean, with all these good hitters they have on their team, even when they have Utley, he may be their best fastball hitter. So you can't just, even though you've walked two guys back to back, you can't just fire up a first pitch fastball to this guy and expect him to take it.
No, this is one of those situations, like you said, Joe, with knowing what a good fastball hitter he is, factoring in the pitching matchup. As far as Tim's concerned, this account is 0-2 the minute he steps in the box. He's got to try to make a strikeout pitch every pitch with this guy. And again, if you walk him, so what? You've got the pitcher on deck.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point, Tommy. Sometimes you forget there's a base open. It's third base, but it's still a base open.
You know, it doesn't matter. You know, it's like the other night when Prado hit the home run with the bases loaded. You know, it's, well, 3-2 count, bases loaded. You can't walk the guy. Well, why not? I'd rather walk a guy and give up one than throw one down the middle and give up 4. You know, and that sometimes that's a hard mentality to have.
Outside corner evens the count. Remember, this inning started with Howard grounding out to first. Tim slipped on the mound. Hasn't been quite as crisp as he's been in the first 3 innings of this game. Two and one.
Sherwin-Williams painting the corners, and that one doesn't get any paint because it was a little off.
A little inside.
Track.
A little inside, but a good pitch.
To short. Alex to Ugla, and Hudson pitches out of a 4th inning jam, and we'll start the 5th with Roy Halladay. All in all, that worked out very well for Atlanta. Scoreless between the Braves and the Phillies. As part of our Fox Sports Supports charitable initiative, we are proud to wear these pins during our 2011 MLB on Fox Sports South season. We support Stand Up to Cancer and their work to fund groundbreaking research that helps accelerate treatment to patients. For more information, please visit standuptocancer.org/Fox Sports. Ugla versus Halladay, then Hinske, then Alex Gonzalez. Guys, he's been doing that a lot.
He's been doing that a lot, and I think primarily because he's getting a steady diet of pitches off the plate, change-ups, off-speed pitches, that when he has to reach, then to get the bat to that pitch, you got to collapse to reach farther. And especially it happens when he's behind in the count. And I think that's happening because he's a little bit too far off the plate for me. I'd like to see him move up just to make a change.
Broken bat. Maybe that'll get him going.
It'd be great if it did.
Dan's third hit in 32 at-bats this year against Phillies pitching. But it is a leadoff man aboard and a good start for the Braves. I know they call Halladay Doc. They ought to call him the Axe Man because he chops down an awful lot of lumber.
Yeah.
He's broken about 5 bats in this game already.
Bat companies love him.
There's another one. On cue. Uggla's going to take the turn. First and third, nobody out.
Dan Uggla hasn't been hit much, but he's been doing some serious base running. This is a tough read for him because he wasn't sure if it was going to carry over Pete Orr's head. But a good read by him. Pause and then go.
If I'm Alex Gonzalez, I'm coming up here wondering how can I break my bat in half, because it's worked really well for the last 2 guys.
Best scoring chance for the Braves in this game.
Strike one. Early in the count. Yep. All 3 guys going up there hacking early.
Well, you have to. It was like, back in the day when teams used to go out against Maddox, it's a catch-22 because you want to make the guy work and try to get a deep pitch count and get him out of the game early. But at the same time, you don't want to get behind in the count because you have no idea what you're getting then. And a lot of times that best pitch you're going to hit is that strike one pitch.
Well, Alex knows that all he has to do is put the ball in play and the Braves have a run. Anything other than a pitch comebacker to the mound. So in this situation, 0-2, he's got to think, I got to give up my bat. I'll take a broken bat, but I got to cover that outside half of the plate.
And that's where they're going, 0-2. That's been another troubling aspect in this series with the Phillies. The Braves had trouble making contact.
Oh, and just in big-time run-scoring opportunities, Chip. A couple of nights ago, that second and third nobody out situation, didn't get a run in. Yesterday left the bases loaded in the 7th when they had them loaded with nobody out.
Freddie struck out his first time. Well, you don't have the luxury of simply contact to score the game's first run.
You're right, Chip. You don't want to play into his hand and hit a ground ball, but in this at bat as a hitter, then you're looking for something that you can elevate. You got a pitch there that was up a little bit, that was a called strike, but you want something that you could drive to the outfield and at the very least score a runner with a fly ball. In, out, in.
He went in first time, then fastball away, went in there again. So, again, if I'm Freddie Freeman, like you said, Joe, I'm looking fastball, and I'm looking for him to elevate it. The worst case scenario, sac fly.
Crossed us up, and Freddie came in on him. 94, his best one of the day.
Yeah, he doubled up in, so now he could pretty much do whatever he wants. He could go hard down and away, soft down and away, or follow that fastball in with a cutter.
Up the middle, Halladay deflects it, and the Braves take the lead.
I'm not sure they were going to be able to get to double play ball, but Halladay certainly took care of any thoughts of it.
Yeah, I don't know if they would have had the opportunity to get two either. They certainly would have gotten one, but that's one where, as a pitcher, yeah, you've just got to fight your instincts to try and knock it down and just let it go.
That's the first run Roy Halladay has ever given up in Atlanta. 2 broken bats and a deflection off his glove, and the Braves have scored first.
Maybe it'll open the floodgates.
That's a big rally right now.
Brooks Conrad ahead in the count. He popped up his first time. Making him work in this 4th inning.
He's only 6 for 17 on first pitch strikes too, so he's not doing a real good job of getting ahead.
Got Hudson next. And for Halladay, same thing as faced Tim. He's got a base open.
A little bit different situation with only 1 out versus 2, but still, you've still got room to play. I don't expect Halladay to just throw something down the middle because he's behind and he doesn't want to walk anybody.
Popped deep short. Banya's got a late break. Rollins out and near collision. Jimmy Rollins makes the play for the 2nd out.
Banya's wasn't calling him off. He was just trying to get close to see if he could get to it, so he had an eye on Jimmy.
Much easier play for Ibanez, but like Chip said, he didn't get a very good jump on that ball, and with the wind blowing in, he was having to run a little bit further to get it.
Infielders know to keep going until they hear an outfielder's voice.
How'd he try to ambush him? He's bumped his average 59 points today. Having a good day.
You know, he's 1 for his last 1. Pretty hot.
Popped up. Fedora's got a beat on that. And that retires the side. 2 broken bat hits and a bouncing ball off Roy Halladay's glove. Turned to gold for Atlanta. It's a 1-0 Braves lead. Our Delta Civil Rights game.
What is this? What? Is that our Gretchen?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, some people are taking this way too far, taking sides on this trivia
like
question stuff.
Not digging it at all.
Man.
You know, I did notice Gretchen had some blue paint on her clothes before the game
Is that
today.
right?
Yeah, so keep that in mind out there as Halladay goes to work in the Phillies' fifth. There's your run, Tim. Go get them. 1-0 Atlanta. Roy couldn't get a bunt down in the third inning after Ruiz led off that frame with a single. Now he'll ground out to shortstop Alex Gonzalez for the first out. Fans, get your tickets in advance for the Braves Memorial Day weekend at Turner Field. Don't miss Publix fireworks on the 27th. Kids can run the bases and alumni autographs on the 29th. And the Yacht Rock Review post-game concert presented by Delta and Coca-Cola on the 30th. For tickets, visit Braves.com.
That's a good weekend. It's a 3-game Friday, Saturday, Sunday series with Cincinnati, who won the Central Division last year. Have all those good hitters and some good pitching too, by the way. And then the Padres come in for the holiday game on the 30th. They got some pretty good pitchers they can fire at you too, boys.
And the Reds got Cueto back, and he beat the Cardinals yesterday. Cincinnati has jumped over the Cardinals for first place in the National League Central.
Yes, he did. Foul tip, didn't matter.
Yep, 0-2. Rollins just 7 for 34 so far this year against Braves pitching. And now 7 for 35 as Hudson heats him up.
His numbers against Tim not too stellar coming in either. He was a .211 average with 1 homer. They elevated the fastball, got him to chase. Good pitch.
Well, Brian's glove, Tommy, didn't have to move an inch.
No, it's funny. I was down in the bullpen the other day and watching Huddy throw his side session. He was working on that pitch and was getting mad at himself because he wasn't getting it where he wanted in the bullpen, but he got that one where he wanted it.
I would think that'd be tough for a guy that likes to sink the ball to throw the ball belt higher.
That's exactly what I whispered in Roger's ear when I was watching him. I said, man, that's a tough pitch for a sinking baller. That goes against everything they're trying to do. But to his credit, you know, that's where he's trying to do a little something to improve his game.
Martinez singled in that Phillies third. And he's getting the start in center field. Shane Victorino injured his hamstring yesterday. The Phillies don't believe it's a disabled list situation, but he may miss a couple of days for the Phillies.
Tim thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I don't know if he was laughing at the execution of the pitch or if they got crossed up and he realized it halfway into his delivery. I don't know what it was, but
right side, no trouble spinning the wheels for Hudson. And the Phillies go down quickly and quietly in the fifth. Braves look to add to a 1-run lead against Roy Halladay. Hudson leads Halladay. And back to our AT&T U-verse trivia question. Phillies have a star-studded lineup with Jimmy Rollins and Ryan Howard, both MVP winners. What's the only major league team with more than one MVP winner on its roster?
I'm going with you, partner. Tell them.
The M&M boys, Mauer and Morneau for the Twins.
I like it.
Yeah. Where's that fan now, huh?
Yeah. That's like 2 days in a row, just iced it. It's great.
How come nobody accuses him of getting somebody to help him cheat? When I get it right, everybody thinks I cheated.
Well, there's a reason for that.
Do you really want to go there?
Don't let truth get in the way.
1 ball, 1 strike from Roy Halladay, who's given up his first run in this ballpark, and it's the only run in total, much like his last start when he and Marlins starter Josh Johnson squared off.
And from an offensive standpoint, again, you can't relax on that and say, okay, we got our 1 run. That's good.
Yeah.
You got to still kind of try to hack away and get a couple more.
Ruiz drops the ball, but Prado thrown out at first. 4 strikeouts for Halladay. Remember, he broke in with Toronto back in 1998. How's this for his first week in baseball? Struck out the first batter he faced, Randy Winn. His first big league win was a complete game against the Tigers. He took a no-hitter into the 9th inning before allowing a 2-out pinch hit homer to Bobby Higginson.
It's a pretty good start.
But it really wasn't rosy for Halladay the next couple of years. After that 98 season, really struggled with Toronto in 2000, had a 10-point ERA, and was sent all the way down to A-ball to rework his delivery. And Toronto's great pitching coach Mel Queen suggested, we want you to throw sidearm.
Yeah, they made him drop down a little bit.
And all Halladay did when he came back is win 5 games in 2001, 19 and 22 the next 2 years. And here you have a potential Hall of Fame career. Two balls, 2 strikes.
One of only a few guys to win Cy Young awards in both leagues.
Pretty good accolades.
And a perfect game against the Marlins. And he's perfect so far in the 5th with a couple of strikeouts. And 2 out.
What you were talking about earlier, Joe, about changing speeds on his pitches. There's that little slider that backdoors, and it was called a strike. May not have been one, but
yeah, that was a wide swatch of Sherwin-Williams paint on that one.
Well, a late birthday present for Halladay, who turned 34 yesterday.
They used a roller on that one instead of like the little one that you use on the window frames. The windowsill, what? You know,
trim brush.
Trim, there you go. That's the word I was looking for.
Can Halladay get to 300, Tommy?
I'm not going to say that he can't, but it's going to be tough. I mean, how many has he got now?
174.
So he need 125 wins. He's 34 years old. You know, he's keeps himself in shape. He works hard. He's healthy. I mean, all those things are in his favor. He'd certainly have to pitch into his 40s to do it. I can't expect somebody to win 20 games for 6 straight years.
And here's the list of active career winners. I bet you nobody would have guessed Tim Wakefield's that guy.
No.
How about the Braves having 2 of the top 5? Tied with Sabathia.
Who, by the way, is only 30 with 160 wins. CC Sabathia. And that's one of the great discussions about baseball. Will there be another 300-game winner after you, Tommy?
Well, there was. Randy got there, but you know, I mean, that's what I say. I hate to say never, because you know somebody will come along, but it's going to be tough. But you know, it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, if you think about it, you know, it's
you've got to average 15 wins a year for 20 years.
And you got to be on good clubs to do that.
And you have to be able to do that on good clubs. It's tough to go out there and do it when you're not getting the support. So.
Well, Halliday is on a good club, but he's losing to a good club today. 1-0. Braves have the lead as we mosey along to inning number 6. Welcome back to Sunday Braves on Fox Sports South. It's brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Joe Simpson, Tom Glavine, Chip Carey back at Turner Field in Atlanta. It's the Delta Civil Rights game. And a spectacular matchup. Hudson versus Halliday has lived up to advanced billing. And Tim leads it by a skinny run with the heart of the Phillies order due up. Placido Polanco starts things off. And it's a thrill and an honor to be joined by baseball's true home run champion, our own Henry Aaron. Welcome to Turner Field in our broadcast.
Thank you very much.
How about this weekend? What a wonderful 3 days.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, and everything was capped off this morning with my wife receiving a doctoral degree from Morehouse College.
Oh, fantastic.
I had to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Do you have to call her
face
doctor
all
now?
that traffic.
Do you have to call her doctor now?
I have to call her doctor now.
Baby.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
But it's been a fantastic weekend.
I know this has been something near and dear to your heart, and you'd like to see this stay in Atlanta on a permanent basis, wouldn't you?
Well, next year we're going to have it again, and the commissioner promised me that we're going to have more people here to work the field. You know, this year I think we kind of lacked a little bit. I think this year we're going to have more people to work it a little bit more. This weekend, in all fairness to the people here in Atlanta, this is a graduation weekend, Tom. You know, where all the highest colleges are graduating, especially over the AU Center. You know, Morehouse and Spelman, all of them are graduating. So we're going to try to fix it up where we can have at least 45 or 50,000 people out.
That'd be wonderful.
Yes.
That would be wonderful.
Last night we had a full house.
It was great.
Yes.
And the banquet, of course, from what I understand, was just wonderful last night.
The banquet was just absolutely fabulous. I think everybody did a marvelous job, you know, really.
Full count from Tim Hudson to Placido Polanco. So much is known, Mr. Aaron, about Jackie Robinson and the breaking of the color barrier and Branch Rickey. As a youngster growing up, what did that moment mean to you?
Well, you know, I think about it and I said,
I try to tell myself, if Jackie Robinson had failed, not only on the field or even off the field, that they wouldn't have gotten a chance to see great players like Willie Mays, who just celebrated his 80th birthday, or Ernie Banks, or maybe myself or somebody else. I think it would have set baseball back at least 10 years or 15 years. In fact, talking to the commissioner, he even thinks that it would have been at least 15 years before an African American would have really gotten a chance to play baseball. So I think about this was a tremendous moment when especially Jackie Robinson, had to go through not only on the field, but he had to carry himself so marvelous off the field.
And as Ryan Howard bats, I think it's safe to say that you endured many of the same things that Jackie Robinson had to endure when you were chasing Babe Ruth's record.
I did. I had to go through some of the same things. And the thing that was so hard about that was the fact that I was so isolated away from my teammates. After the ball game, of course, I had to stay at a different hotel than my teammates, and I had to be escorted around. My kids had to be. They were in a private school, but they still had to be carried to school, driven home. So it was really a situation where I don't think very much about it, really.
When you broke the record, I remember very fondly seeing the videotape, and we've got video footage of that, as everybody's seen. I remember you hugging your mom. Tears of joy, tears of relief.
Right.
What were those? Can you even put into words what those emotions were?
I can't. And the thing that I think about in that particular situation was the fact, after I hit the home run, my mother, who was in her late 70s, 60s at the time, she got over the fence, and I don't know how she made it, but she got to home plate before I got to home plate.
She was jumping for joy, too, wasn't she?
Yes. And I was really.
Howard pops it up. Ballpark's going to hold that on a windy day. He was swinging 3-0. Polanco thinks about tagging, but back to first with one out. Well, where are we? Where is baseball, in your opinion, with regards to African-American participation and the civil rights movement?
I think we have some ways to go now. I think that a few years ago, when I myself was playing baseball, we saw more African-American playing baseball. I really don't know what the situation is really now. I've thought about it. What can we do? And the thing I think about at the present is the fact that any time we have an economic struggle in this country, then we're going to have it with African Americans in some respect. We can't have a black family can't afford to have their kids from little leagues up to go out and play baseball. It's a very expensive game if you want to play it right. I mean, you go right over here to the AU Center and you don't even have a complex over there, a baseball complex, because they don't think about it because it's so expensive. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know whether these I don't know whether these camps that they're building around the country is going to be the answer. I just don't know. I'm thinking about it. I really don't know. I wish somebody would give me the answer to it.
Raul Ibanez hits with a runner at first and one out. I know our colleague Brian Jordan echoed the same kind of sentiments you just expressed, that it's very difficult. And when you talk about collegiate kids like Ryan Howard who want to come through college programs, there aren't enough scholarships available even at the NCAA level to allow a kid to choose major league or choose baseball over, say, track or football or basketball.
That's true. And the other thing is that we can take the young kid, especially an African American kid.
Another pop up from Hudson. Ibanez is out number 2.
We can take an African American kid and we can bring him up in Pop Warner football, up. And the minute he gets to 17 years old, that kid, the first thing that kid is going to get, if he's any kind of athlete, he's going to get some kind of scholarship in football. So he's going to take that away from baseball. If you look at, if you think about 2 or 3 players that we've lost by playing football, could have easily have been very good baseball players.
So there's a lot of things that you have to consider, you know, and I don't have the answer to it.
I'll ask you the same question that I asked your dear friend Commissioner Bud Selig a moment ago. When you see Jimmy Rollins and Matt Kemp and Ricky Weeks and Jason Hayward, do they understand the mantle of leadership that they can provide African-American kids as far as promoting them for Major League Baseball or playing baseball as their primary sport?
I think they understand it, but you would hate to have them to put all of that on their shoulders, you know, because this game is tough enough to play without worrying about something else, you know. I think that when I was playing, I was a different set. Yeah, I was different, thought a little bit different than them, you know. We talk about a young kid like Jason Hayward. I think that I would just like to see him right now get his foot firmly grounded into baseball, know what he can do, learn these pitches, and then if he wanted to be vocal about something, then do it.
Yeah, I know Tommy said the same thing earlier in the game. That it is a tough game to play.
Yeah.
Without all the social responsibilities that everybody wants to put on his shoulders.
It's a tough game. I mean, people think that you look up here, you look at the baseball, and you go down and you think it's easy. It's not easy. I mean, especially Tom was pitching every 4 days, or you playing every day out there, and got to face somebody like Holiday, or you facing somebody like Tim Hudson or somebody. You know, it's a full-time job. You know, tomorrow you're gonna face somebody the same way, the next day the same way, and it's just and all these guys, no matter who they are, and that's the only thing that bothers me about when I talk to young kids about baseball.
That's well hit by Mayberry deep toward left field. Will the park hold it? It won't. John Mayberry with 2 outs hits a long home run, and that flips the game to Philly's favor. It's a 2-1 score.
Oh.
His replacement as another guy I guess you still have to worry about, and sure enough, Mayberry steps up and has a big swing of the bat.
Well, he's only got about 754 more to go.
I don't like his chances.
I don't either. So Roy Halladay now leads.
No, I was saying,
2-1.
you know, it really is. It really is a tough. And you can make it tougher on yourself by adding other things to it. You know, really. And as Tom knows, he played it for many years, and it's just not. A lot of people think that just because you see a baseball coming, it's not that easy.
Yeah, it looks a lot easier on TV than it is.
Yeah.
And you're right. I mean, it's a game of failures. Mentally, you have to deal with all that stuff, and when you start adding to it by having, you know, social issues or some other issues that you're trying to champion, there's a lot of things going on that make it tough.
That's right. That's right. It's and a young kid can only magnify his problem by adding other things. You know, the problem shouldn't be Jason. You know, I saw him last night, which I'm very thankful. So that means that he is in favor. He knows what is happening. He's an intelligent kid. He's smart, and I'm sure he knows everything that's going on. You know.
How do you think you'd fare against Tim Hudson or Roy Halladay right now? Get in that box and take a couple hacks. What do you think?
Probably go 0 for 4.
No, come on.
You
wouldn't strike out.
No, I don't know. I came out the other day. Somebody like Roy, I saw him pitch the other day against the Mets. Tom went through the whole lineup, didn't throw one ball, through 19 straight strikes. Remind you so much of Gary Maddox. How would I fare against him? The only thing that I say I would do.
Throw to second. And
only thing that I would do is to be aggressive against him. I don't know how well. I'm sure that Holiday wins a lot of ball games, you know, by getting people out. You know, he probably could get me out. You know, I don't know.
He'll probably get you out a little bit every now and then, you know.
Well, you know.
You might catch him for a homer here and there, though.
Here and there. But he's a good pitcher. And Tim Hudson is also, you know, is a good pitcher.
Now this Philly staff, any staff that you can think of that was loaded like that when you played? You know, some of the Dodger days.
I would have to say the Dodgers, Tim, would probably remind me when you had to go in there to face Drysdale and Koufax and all of that staff. You know, that would be the closest thing. But I tell you, Atlanta had the best staff when you were there. I mean, I don't bar none. I'm not saying it just because you're here, but when they had to come in here and face Glavine, Maddox, Smokes, I mean, that is no picnic.
Well,
that absolutely was
we
no
tried to
picnic.
make it hard on them.
No, it was tough, you know. But this guy here is one of the best. He has to be one of the best. I mean,
we've got a little surprise for you as Halladay bats. We're going to put a picture up on the screen. We want to see, Mr. Aaron, if you can recognize the face that we're going to put up here after this first pitch to Halladay.
Okay.
It has to do with the other part of this weekend, which was honoring the Negro Leagues. That face look familiar?
Oh, that was my picture. I was suffering from malnutrition. I didn't have enough to eat. That was when I was playing with the Indianapolis Clowns.
Now, I didn't know you were a shortstop.
I tried to until they decided that, hey, you know, your hand's not good enough. We're going to put you down.
And it looked like you hit too well to play shortstop, too. It's .452. You kidding me?
I never had any problem hitting the ball. My problem was in the infield was trying to stop it and throw it to second, throw it to first base. I wasn't a good shortstop.
So who made the decision?
We
put you in the outfield.
John Quinn, who was the general manager. In fact, they sent me to Puerto Rico to learn how to play the outfield. I was playing shortstop, second base in Jacksonville, and they sent me to Puerto Rico to learn how to play the outfield.
Worked out pretty well, I'd say.
I said it did. I was glad.
Somebody was trying to free you up from all that defensive responsibility so
There
you
you
could focus
go.
on hitting.
That's right.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, it's certainly our pleasure to have you here and for allowing us to broadcast this game. I know the special significance it has for you, for our community, for the baseball world as well, and we're also proud of your role in bringing the civil rights game to Atlanta. And hopefully the fans are enjoying the show, and congratulations to Billy on her doctorate.
Thank you very much.
Henry Aaron, baseball's true home run
Thank you,
champion.
Tom.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Phillies have taken a lead. It's a 2-1 score here in the 6th inning. Doctor. I love it. He's leading this one, however, as he goes through the Braves lineup in the 6th inning. Let's take a look, fellas, at today's Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot. That guy's in some pretty
Really, really good company there. Boy.
How'd that season go?
don't know. I think I won 20 that year.
Good starts are nice, though,
Yeah.
aren't they?
Oh man, they really are. I mean, that's key. You know, you always want to get off to a good start. I don't know if you ever envisioned getting off to that kind of start, but it's fun when you do. And I know JJ's having a lot of fun right now.
You know, I stepped out of the room for like 5 minutes. We were ahead when I left.
Well, the offensive guy came in, and the other team was hitting. It was just bad timing.
Yeah, we mistimed that. We should have had him here when
the
Braves were hitting in the 6th inning. Again, our thanks to baseball great Henry Aaron. Anytime you can talk to the hammer, you've had a good day.
Man,
that was awesome.
Those hands look like they could still grab a bat and hit. Man,
yeah. Oh. Well, a couple of broken bats and an infield hit gave the Braves their first run. See if they can put something together against Halladay here in the 6th. He has been playing with fire all day, behind a lot of counts. Now 3-1. And Joe, here's the situation that's perplexing for Uggla.
3-1. He just doesn't seem to get that fastball down the middle that he wants.
And he took a walk. Encouraging start. Third leadoff man allowed by Halladay.
It's also that 6th inning and that little note I was telling everybody about in the opening comments that I thought was very interesting today, what I read, that he's pitched 6 or more innings in 58 straight road games. And that's second only. It's the only kind of streak like that since Walter Johnson, the big train back in 1911 to 1915, when he had 82 straight such starts on the road. That's pretty good company.
Yeah, tough to derail the big train.
Yeah.
Here's Hinske. He's ahead in the count. 1 ball, no strikes.
You did win 20 that year. You were 21-9. I don't know what happened to those 9.
Man, that's a lot of decisions for a year.
Mm-hmm.
You don't usually get that many.
Little looper. Uggla runs the bases well. Turns the corner. He's headed to third. He'll dive in safely, and here we go again. First and third, nobody out.
I said this a couple of nights ago, and I'll say it again. It's going to be hard to get Eric Hinske out of the lineup. I don't care if he's hitting broken bat singles or Ric Flair's to right.
He's getting his opportunity now, and he's making things happen. And like I say, if there's any question health-wise with Jason as to whether or not he's ready, the way Hinske's playing, you might as well give him the extra day.
Yep.
You got to have contact here.
Got to have contact. Got to, at the very least, tie this game up right here. And that's what he did to Alex last time up, first and third, when he struck him out. Nothing but breaking pitches.
Well, he knows Alex in this situation, obviously, is going to be anxious to try and drive that run in. And he's, like I talked about earlier, as far as he's concerned, it's 0-2 the minute he steps in there.
He tipped that ball, and it is 0-2 very quickly.
Another one of those impressive Halladay starts or stats. In 28 starts that he's been given the lead, he's 25-2. So it'd be nice to get that run back and tie this thing and start over.
Same pitch struck him out for the second straight at bat.
You know, and that's where you got to give some credit to Halladay too, right there, because virtually the same situation as the last at bat, and pitched them virtually the same way he did the last at bat. And I know sometimes as a pitcher, you get in that situation, you think to yourself, man, I can't do the same thing I did to him last time. He's got to make an adjustment, and sometimes you outsmart yourself. Halladay didn't. He stuck with his game plan.
And he had a catcher that he knew he could throw the ball in the dirt to, who would block it. Nicely done by Ruiz.
Freeman hits a high fly to left. That should be deep enough. Ibanez, not a great arm. There's the catch. They'll concede the run. Freeman, an RBI, ties it 2-2. Early in the count, ABC Baseball.
Got to pitch up. Breaking ball that didn't dip like he wanted it to. And it looked like Freddie was looking for something middle away, maybe just to do what he did with it. Good job.
By the way, Freddie Freeman in his young major league career has 3 RBIs against Roy Halladay. And there's a shot to right off the bat of Brooks Conrad. And that retires the side. Dan Douglas scored 2 runs. Freeman's driven him home twice. Was our score. Chip and Joe back with you at Turner Field. And it's a pleasure to be joined by one of the great actors of our time, Morgan Freeman. Welcome to Turner Field.
Thank you so much, Captain. Thank you.
You're looking great in that Atlanta Black Crackers hat, too.
Well, all right. So I guess I'm like to the man I'm born. I should be wearing a baseball cap. After all, I never played baseball.
Really?
No. Well, as a kid, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, played it.
Oh, play like these guys, like Joe did back in the day?
Yeah. I was never very athletically tuned. I played sandlot everything. Football, baseball, basketball, tennis. But make it real, I lose concentration.
Well, now, I happen to know on first-hand accounts that you're a pretty good golfer, and you like golf.
I love golf. I think golf is the game of life. The reason I say that is because it's not something you're never going to perfect. Ever.
Keep working at it.
Keep working at it.
Well, we're here to vouch for that.
No question. Rollins, a ground ball to second. And one man down.
Tell us about your weekend.
Oh, this weekend has been really spectacular. The first thing, I had Don Newcomb flew here from L.A. to present this Beacon of Hope Award to me. That's an outstanding thing right there. And then I'm standing on stage with Ernie Banks, with Carlos Santana, there was Harry Belafonte and Don, Jesse Jackson, just people who are icons in our country. And I'm thinking, man, you know where you came from?
You weren't out of place, trust me.
And Steve, and statements like that, they're all sort of help to swell the head, and you have to hold on to it with both hands so they don't get out of shape.
Now, you say you didn't play, but were you a baseball fan?
Absolutely.
And are you still?
Yes, but not nearly as much as golf. I'm one of the few people who can watch golf on television. And I get pointers. Hardest thing for me in golf, of course, is I guess the hardest thing for anybody else, concentration.
1 ball, 1 strike to Michael Martinez. And he lines a shot toward left. And Prado's there.
You're not
2 out.
Sorry. I'm calling you Skip now, too.
That's
Chip.
okay. I answered anything.
I know you're not from Atlanta.
I said Skip.
No, you said he said Skip.
Oh, Lord,
I know you're not from Atlanta. You're from Charleston, Mississippi originally, but we claim that's Braves country. See, that's a
that's Braves country. Yeah, I grew up in Greenwood, Mississippi. I was in Charleston as a very little boy, and my parents moved back there, so I moved back there too. But yeah, that's Braves country.
Placido Polanco bats. I don't know about you. The folks that your life has taken you into contact with is fantastic. When Hank Aaron walks into a room and you have a chance to shake hands and talk to Hank Aaron, do you get a little wobbly kneed like we do?
And he calls me Morgan. His wife Billy comes up and hugs me. And like, wow,
pretty good, huh?
Pretty good.
Hey. Little ground ball. Hudson's through 7 in a tie game. Mr. Freeman, our honor to have you here.
My honor to be here.
Thanks for joining us. Morgan Freeman. Time to salute America with God Bless America at Turner Field in Atlanta.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Atlanta Braves invite all of our guests to please rise and join in as we celebrate America's freedom with a performance of America the Beautiful by saxophonist sensation B.K. Jackson.
2-2 is our score. Braves up for the bottom of the 7th inning. Tim Hudson's day is done. He'll be taken down after 7 innings of 2-run baseball. And it'll start with pinch hitter Deory Hernandez. Halladay still out there for the Phillies.
I like this from Deory's standpoint. You know, he doesn't know Deory Hernandez too well. He's going to go with his strengths, and Deory certainly has been schooled by everybody in the dugout about what his strengths are, so maybe Hernandez can take one into right center for a gapper.
Well, they're giving him the gap over there. There's plenty of room.
And again, Halladay has to stand on the mound and wait and wait and wait.
He also had an extended rest with God Bless America. So let's see if that has an effect. As you see, our Delta Airlines on deck hitter is Martin Prado. He'd love to hit with Hernandez aboard. But a comebacker for the first out.
That was headed for the gap, I swear. If it just he's too tall.
Martin's reached base a couple of times in this game. An infield hit in the first. He reached on a force out in third. Struck out swinging in the Braves' 5th. Looking for his 18th multi-hit game of the season with 1 out.
You mentioned those numbers earlier today, Tom, about his record against the National League East. That loss to the Florida Marlins his last time out snapped a streak of 13 straight wins against the NL East. And there's a Philly, not too shabby.
Man. I say, you just look at some of the numbers that he's put up over the last few years, and they're borderline mind-boggling, some of them.
Well, we've talked about him a lot today, and with good reason, because of what he's accomplished over the last 3 or 4 years.
It's always fun, I think, as a fan who never played the game, to speculate and wonder, am I seeing the start of, or the finish of, or the middle of a Hall of Fame career? I think you've got to say that about Halladay at this point, don't you?
He's definitely put himself in that discussion, no question about it. Now, is he there yet? I don't know. If he continues to do what he's been doing the last 3 years for the next 5 or 6 years, absolutely.
Yeah. And he just walked Prado on a borderline pitch. Martin aboard for the 3rd time. And now Nate McLouth will hit.
He's off today, guys. I mean, there's no question that he's pitched behind in the count a lot. He's walked a couple. He only walked 9 guys all year. Yeah, Sherwin-Williams painting the corners just off. Good call again by Paul Emmel.
Yeah, his walk to strike ratio is off the charts good. 9 walks, 66 strikeouts. I mean, that's just, you know, you're looking for a 2-to-1, let alone a 6-to-1.
Runner goes, and McLouth fouled it away.
Only 12, make it 13 of 29 first pitch strikes today.
Which, you know, again, we've had that discussion. I don't. That to me is an overrated stat, but you expound upon that. He's walked more guys today than he typically does. He's gotten a three ball strikes on guys today more than you typically see him do, and certainly that starts with getting behind early.
I think it's just reflective of his day today, not so much a a broad brush of it being something that's going to cost him. It's just different for him because he's pitched behind the count so much today.
Ryan Howard thought about second. May have had some trouble getting it out of the glove. Not sure.
I've been told that he's got, I don't want to say the yips, but he doesn't like to throw to second.
Really?
Yeah. That he will if he's a little wide of the bag. Like if there's runners at first and second, he's got a shorter throw, but he doesn't like making this throw.
That's how you keep your error total down, isn't it? Howard hasn't made one yet.
Well, that's a break for Atlanta. Puts a go-ahead run in scoring position.
And now Halladay will have to pick his poison. He's got McCann in the batter's box. And he's got Dan Uggla waiting on deck.
Well, McCann's hit him well in the past, but he's handled him today. And Uggla doesn't hit him as well as McCann does, but he's had success against him today. So it'll be an interesting decision here. See what they're going to do.
What would you do in this spot?
Well, I think it would maybe be one of those don't walk him, but don't give him anything good to hit kind of at bats. You know, so you can get him to chase something. If you get behind him, then put him on. You wouldn't even mess with him, Joe?
Nope. 4 wide ones.
First pitch. And it worked out for the Phillies. McCann grounds out. And we've completed 7. Masterful pitching by Hudson and Halladay. And we're tied at 2. South is brought to you in part by AT&T Uverse, by Geico, and by Toyota. 8th inning now in Atlanta. The Delta Civil Rights game tied at 2. Braves have made the AT&T call to the bullpen. Tim Hudson out after 7 innings of very effective baseball. And he'll give way now to hard-throwing left-hander Johnny Venters.
Johnny was in last night's game, pitched 2/3 of an inning. He hit Carlos Ruiz with a pitch, got a ground out and a line out. Only 2 earned runs allowed in his 22 innings.
Howard, Ibanez, and Mayberry, who hit the big home run that gave the Phillies a brief lead. Again, the Braves shift.
Ryan Howard hit a homer against the Braves off Tehran in Philadelphia. He hit a home run in this series, and he's hit those two against the Braves this year. But otherwise, I think they've pitched him great to this point. He is 5 for 33 on the year.
Couldn't you have waited to say that till he grounds out again?
To this point, I knocked on wood.
Okay.
Crossed my fingers.
Now I'll cross my toes.
Strike 3 looking.
I felt pretty good saying that with Johnny Venner's pitching.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Although I think that curveball caught a little bit more of the plate than he wanted, but started it at his front elbow, so it froze him, and there wasn't much he could do with it.
Banez has been handled by the Braves too. He's 0 for 3 today.
Well, it's like Joe and I were talking again before the game. It's hard for me to imagine this guy would ever go through an 0 for 35 streak, as good a hitter as he is.
That's what it was. Now it's a 17 for 42 jaunt the other way.
I don't envy any left-handed hitter having to deal with Johnny Venners. I don't know what you do. I don't know what your game plan is, because I'm not sure he knows which way the ball's going to move.
No, he doesn't.
Like that.
Like that. Yeah, you start getting a little bit comfortable and hanging out over the plate, thinking, all right, he's going to go back out there, and you get one of those.
Got to hang loose. Just ask Prince Fielder.
That's what makes that front door curveball so effective, as you know in the back of your mind as a lefty. Well, he's had a tendency to have a few fastballs get away from him, and you see that pitch starting right at your midsection. You're thinking, oh, here comes one, and boom, breaks over the plate.
Two-game swing for the Braves and Phillies in this ball game. If Atlanta wins it, they'll be 3.5 back. Won't see the Phillies until the last 3 games before the All-Star break in mid-July. The season series tied 4 games apiece. Sunday hop for Freddie Freeman. Tim Hudson made one mistake today, fellas. It appeared, and Mayberry didn't miss it.
Well, you know, like we talked about, Victorino out of the lineup. Sometimes you insert somebody, and that ends up being the catalyst, and Mayberry certainly was on that swing of the bat. But look, Huddy, a little uncharacteristic for Huddy, too, today. 5 walks, but battled, made pitches when he had to, and once again got deep into the ball game and put these guys in a position to win the game.
And hopefully that little slip on the mound when he thought he had to cover first didn't affect him as the game went on. It wasn't something that got stiff on him. Wasn't a bad pitch.
No, it's not a bad pitch. It wasn't where he was trying to go. It was more on the wrong side of the plate. He was trying to go in and throw it outside corner, probably thigh high.
And again, he had drawn 2 walks earlier today and then hit the homer. He's now 2 for 2 off Tim in his career with 2 homers.
Brooks Conrad. Nice play. Heart of the Braves order coming up after a sensational snare by Conrad at the hot corner. lead off the Braves' 8th in a tie game against Roy Halladay. And we'll wrap up this series with the Phillies and welcome the Astros to town tomorrow night. In Atlanta, it'll be on Peachtree TV. Outside Atlanta on Fox Sports South. The Praying Mantis and the Astros come a-calling. Joe and Tom will have the play-by-play beginning at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Astros might have a new owner by the time they hit town.
Yeah. Sounds like it's all but a done deal pending approval by Major League Baseball owners. Mr. Crane buying the team from Drayton McLean. Ooh, good cut.
Dan struck out of the first inning today. Broke his bat, singled and scored the first run of the game in the fourth. Walked and scored on a Freddie Freeman sacrifice fly that tied things in the Braves' 6th.
When you went over scouting reports on guys, Tom, and you saw who's hot, who's not. Now here's Dan Uggla, 7 for 19, 2 homers against Halladay in his career. But Halladay sees the scouting report and says, well, he's not going good right now.
You have a tendency to be a little more aggressive. You know, I think you have to weigh both of those things, and certainly if a guy's had success against you, there's an underlying thought in your mind about, okay, well, why is he having that success, and maybe I'll stay away from him. But if he's not swinging the bat well, you're probably going to try and test him.
That's launched left, pretty deep, and gone.
We said earlier that it might be kind of odd that Roy Halladay would be the guy to get Dan Uggla going. That broken bat, base hit. But how about this launch? Toyota play of the game. Only the second home run allowed by Halladay this year.
So the Braves a 1-run lead for Eric Hinske. Eric, a couple of singles today.
Well, Uggla's led off an inning 3 times today. He's got a single, a homer, and a walk. Maybe we ought to think about moving him to the leadoff spot.
One out.
And all that did was make Halladay mad, and Eric took the brunt of it.
Exactly.
In the 9th for the Phillies, their 7, 8, and 9 hitters are scheduled, and that means Craig Kimbrell. If he pitches well, won't have to worry about Rollins or Howard on that Philly lineup card, if he can have an effective frame. Here's Alex.
Well, Halladay's loss last time out against Florida was his 11th complete game lost over the last 5 seasons. So he's the leader there.
Wow.
So we certainly have an opportunity to add to that number today.
That's a little pop. 2 out.
They've got Vance Worley up in their pen, and he's ready to go. As a manager, I think you'd almost have to consider, after the Braves get the lead, get him out, save him an inning or 2. You know, he's at 100+ pitches, I think. And I'm not trying to say that he's done today. I mean, he's pitching great, but by August or September, if you save a few pitches here and there, make a difference?
Maybe, but I'm just thinking that if Charlie or whoever comes out there to try and take him out right now might get in a fist fight with him, because he's probably going to say, look, I've gone this far. Let me get one more crack offensively to see if I can win this thing.
And that is number 115.
If the score holds, Halladay would actually have a 2-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, they lose.
I know what's wrong with this guy.
Yeah.
We're not there yet. 1 ball, 2 strikes. What a day for this man in the batter's box, Freddie Freeman. Remember, his first big league home run came against Halladay. An infield hit and a sac fly today.
Dan Uggla's home run leading off the inning, of course, a solo shot. He's hit 7 homers now, guys, and 5 of them have been solo.
Again, put him in the leadoff spot.
Okay. We'll let you go talk to Martine about that.
Talking about fist fights.
Yeah.
That's, the beauty of being up here in the broadcast booth now. You can stir the pot.
Right. Were you the one that put Jorge Posada in the 9-hole yesterday? Or is that where that came from?
No, that wasn't me. No. That sure did stir the pot, though.
Oh, boy. Hard hit ball, but right at Martinez, and that retires the side. Dan Uggla with a leadoff homer in the bottom of the 8th inning. 3 outs to get. Atlanta 3, Phillies 2. Fate. He trails 3-2 as we go to the top half of the 9th inning. Johnny Vetters came out to warm up for this 9th inning, but Freddie Gonzalez has now made the AT&T call to the bullpen.
Francisco was announced as the pinch hitter, and that was all that Freddie Gonzalez was waiting on. Pete Orr was scheduled to hit, so as soon as Francisco was announced, Kimbrel gets the call. Picked up his 9th save here last night. Walked a batter, but struck out 2.
No adventures in this 9th would be nice in a 1-run game. Jason Hayward also checks in. He's in for defensive purposes and will play right field. And there is Francisco. Told you earlier, he's in the throes of a 2-for-28 slide.
That's when you're a player and you're in the clubhouse and you're up there icing or whatever, and you hear that stat, you're like, God, be quiet.
Don't wake anybody
Don't
up.
say anything. Like
The manager for the Phillies didn't even play the guy. I think he knows why he didn't play.
yeah, but you're ruffling the baseball guys. Let's keep them quiet.
We've got other changes for the Braves, too. Martin Prado actually moved in from left field to play third. And I believe Eric Hinsky is now in left field, so he moved from right to left.
So new outfield alignment for the Braves. Hinsky, McLaughlin, Hayward left to right. Prado at third. Kimbrel to pitch. Francisco, who's red hot.
There you go.
Leads off the night.
Just want to see Kimbrel come in like he has his last couple of outings, come in attacking.
That's tough to hit.
97 at the knees.
Good combo.
The Phillies got Francisco from the Indians in a deal with Cliff Lee. For Carlos Carrasco, Jason Donald, Jason Knapp, and Lou Marson. That was at the trade deadline 2 years ago. He's 29 years old, out of Anaheim, California. Balls, 2 strikes.
The best Sunday pitch right here.
And he lost it. Joe, what was that stat you had earlier in the homestand about clean innings for Kimbrel?
Yeah, at that point he'd gone in his last 13 outings. He'd only had 3 clean innings, and one of those was 1/3 of an inning. But since then, that game against Philadelphia, 2/3 of an inning yesterday. Actually, a full inning yesterday. He did issue a walk, so he hadn't had a clean inning in that since.
Let's see how the Phillies play it with Ruiz. Ruiz was 0 for 26 until he singled in the 3rd inning. He's bounced out and was walked intentionally in his other plate appearances. Greg wanted to know where that was. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He backed it a little double take before he threw it back.
Sherwin-Williams painting the corners, and it looked like it caught a little left corner.
It's hard to imagine that pitch didn't catch some part of the plate.
Yeah. That was nice. Took a little off that breaking ball.
I like that. You don't go right back to it.
Ruiz missed some time with a bad back. He's a catcher, doesn't run well. Might be able to turn 2 here. That was close.
Again, Fox track showing it wide, but I'm kind of with you, Tom, from that crossfire fastball. I'm not sure how it missed a corner.
Little flare into right. Jason, good jump, running catch, 1 out. Ross Gload will bat for Halladay.
This guy's their version of Eric Hinsky. He may not quite have the pop that Eric has off the bench, but he's real aggressive, and he'll be hacking early in the count if he gets something good to hit.
Well, you know,
the fact that he's real aggressive, you couple that with, generally speaking, coming off the bench as a pinch hitter, you're ultra aggressive. So see what they go with first pitch here. I guess when you can go 98 on the knuckles,
it's always a good start.
You don't have to worry about whether or not the fastball is the right pitch.
97 knees, 98 knuckles. That's a pair of good pitches.
Yeah, take a little off to get at the knees, hump up a little, get on your knuckles.
Load 6 for 20 in a pinch, has not hit into a double play yet. This would be a great time for his first.
I'm with that.
Must be nice to take a little off and still throw 96.
Yeah, take a little off, hit the outside corner. You know, he's adding and subtracting to his fastball. 96, 97, 98.
Gloat is down swinging.
Back foot breaking ball. And when you got to guard the plate on a fastball behind in the count, you got no shot there.
No shot of hitting that
pitch. The weather feels like October, and the ballpark sounds like October.
You got to be careful with Jimmy. He'll look for a pitch inside right here that he can ambush you a little bit and try and hit one in the bleachers. So you're going to go in. You got to get it in there.
All you have to do is look at his stance, and he does it right-handed too, but especially left-handed. His toes are right on that inside line. He crowds the plate as much as anybody. Doesn't matter who's pitching.